We call upon effective implementation of technology transfer while unlocking climate finance to fund our national determined contributions. We are also urging the developed world to raise their subsequent NDCs ambitions to halt greenhouse gas emissions from crossing the irreversible tipping point of atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide. Having said that, Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdulatif M. Jamal Rashid, President of Iraq. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to greet His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, whom we support and we endorse his call to stop the war in Ukraine. We thank him for making this proposal. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Majesties, Excellencies, Highnesses, the heads of state and government, honorable ministers, distinguished attendees. Allow me to express my thanks and gratitude to our brothers in the Arab Republic of Egypt for their great hospitality and for their efforts to make this conference a success. COP27 is an important milestone in our efforts to address climate challenges and create proper responses to them. These responses have to be suitable to the changes that the climate is witnessing and also the implications on economy and health. In this context, we must say that the major challenge that we face in Iraq is the water crisis. It is astounding, actually, if we if we actually realize that the Mesopotamia is now water scarce after long ages during which floods were the main problem threatening the populations and agriculture and life. This crisis has prompted the Iraqi authorities to regulate the agricultural policies. And also, this crisis is impacting the lives and livelihoods of the Iraqi society and all the Iraqi population, and also leads to the increase in desertification and other environmental and health impacts. The southern marshlands in Iraq were dried during the dictatorial eras. Then, after 2003, we tried to revitalize them, but again, they are facing the threat of drought because of the decreasing water tables in these areas. The crisis was compounded because of the low precipitation and drought during the recent years. Agriculture was harmed as a direct impact, and this actually compounded the desertification issue and also presented more threats to the agricultural wealth. The water authorities in Iraq have therefore worked with the Republic of Turkey and the Islamic Republic of Iran in order to distribute fair quotas of the waters of the rivers of Tigris and Euphrates and their tributaries. The marshlands actually constitute a main part of the history of human civilization. They have always been a contributor to maintaining biological balance, not only for Iraq, but for the entire area. The exacerbating drought in our country is presenting a threat to the lives and the livelihoods of Iraqis and to the economy of our country. Green areas are declining day after another. We still hope for more cooperation from the water authorities and the political authorities in our neighboring countries, especially Turkey. It was regrettable that many agricultural development plans were reversed because of the conditions of violence and terrorism. The occupation of some Iraqi cities and towns by Daesh has been one of the major challenges that affected the areas of orchards and fields. Desertification now threatens almost 40% of the area of our country, a country that once was one of the most fertile and productive countries in the region. Therefore, my dear brothers, majesties, highnesses, excellencies, we have to reinforce our efforts to limit desertification. This will be a major part of the agricultural policies and environmental policies of Iraq. We will work to expand green areas and revitalize the arid areas in our country in order to curb the environmental harms, including cross-border sand drift and other phenomena. We are also taking up the responsibility of regulating water policies and improving irrigation systems and limiting wastage. We are continuing our efforts in order to improve the productivity in the gas sector, where we are trying to seek a better investment of gas emissions, which contributes to conserving the environment. Our efforts may have been stalled because of our war on terror, but we still hold the responsibility of prompting to driving these efforts as much as we can. This is what we have been doing through the policies of our successive governments. We were one of the countries most affected by global warming. We are party to the United Nations Framework Convention for climate change, and we have been suffering the negative impacts of global warming. We would like to express our support to the efforts of the international community to mitigate this phenomenon. Despite the terrorism and violence that we've been facing, we're trying to diversify the sources of economy and to also localize climate investment in all aspects of life. We're trying also to create an environment conducive to the concepts of green growth. In this context, we have presented clear-cut documents that prove that we will continue our measures to mobilize action and to set the necessary plans for this purpose. We hope to receive more international support to bolster our policies and to be able to set the policies and plans and strategies that lead to transition to renewable energies in order to conserve the environment and save the climate. The exchange of experiences between countries is necessary. International support and fair support of these efforts is also necessary. This is part of our responsibility towards posterity. because clean environments and sustainable water resources are necessary to all generations. And I reiterate my thanks and appreciation for the tireless efforts of Egypt, and also I wish all success to this conference that I hope would be an important step towards consolidating the partnership, effective partnership to save the climate of our planet. Peace and blessings be upon you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Suzanne Kaptuvo, President of Slovakia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's extreme weather across the world reminds us that it is not just the next generations who will feel the impact of the climate crisis. For too long, we talk about the why and the how. Now it's time to act. We need an equal focus on adaptation to the changing climate conditions and on mitigating the negative impact of our actions on climate. While 90% of all emissions are already covered by the net zero target, we are still too far from a collective success. Global emissions continue to rise. It's not enough to have targets. We must turn them into concrete national steps that will lead us to net zero. By 2030, Slovakia will cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% compared to 2005 level. We are joining the Global Methane Pledge initiative, and we are starting the biggest decarbonization of our economy. This will reduce our industrial CO2 emissions by more than 40% by 2030. It's clear that the climate emergency will not wait until the current energy crisis is over. Short-sighted solutions, such as switching from gas to coal, will only speed up our planet's destruction. In Slovakia, we are sticking to the plan to close down coal power plants next year, despite the record energy prices. We must move faster towards clean energy and renewables, including geothermal. I'm glad that Slovakia's talents have developed solutions that will make the use of this energy possible anywhere in the world. This is good for our climate, our planet, and of course, for our energy security. Green transition is neither easy nor cheap. It will often hit the most vulnerable. The most affected countries need more of our support to cope. Since the adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement, Slovakia's contribution to the green finance has grown almost fivefold. We mainstream climate measures in our development assistance in Europe, Asia, and Africa. In Kenya alone, we supported 16,000 farmers by planting 1 million cashew trees so their produce is local and sustainable. But governments alone won't address the climate crisis. Private and innovative financing must step in so everyone does their fair share. Excellencies, the climate emergency is here and now. The ocean levels are rising. We are losing biodiversity at record speed. The global food crisis, induced by the climate change and worsened by Russia's weaponization of grain exports, is forcing millions of people out of their homes. These crises demonstrate our collective fragility. Our bolder commitments, our better and faster delivery on our climate targets must make this COP a milestone. The milestone which will transform our collective fragility into our collective resilience. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement and particularly for helping us manage the time. May I appeal to Your Excellencies that we stick to the stipulated 3 minutes slot as much as possible. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Faustin Archange Touadera, President of the Central African Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, Mr. Abdel Fattah Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. COP27, which brings us together in this beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh, gives us one last opportunity to assess our commitments towards our planet. Exceptional climate crises in recent years have had a sweeping, devastating impacts on the survival of all of humanity at an economic and social level, on the viability of the environment, on governance, on global peace and security. We should say it clearly, the rich countries, the top polluters, are the ones who are most to blame for endangering humanity. Africa, whose contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is negligible, less than 4%, should not continue to pay for crimes it hasn't committed, pursuant to their historic responsibilities for climate deteriorations. The rich countries should help the poor countries to implement their national voluntary reduction action plans. Ladies and gentlemen, as an underdeveloped country, the Central African Republic intends to exercise its permanent right of sovereignty over its natural resources, to exploit its forests in the interests of national development and the well-being of its population. However, faithful to its international commitments and conscious of its responsibility in preserving the second largest forest cover of the world, a true environmental lung of the planet, my country pursues its efforts together with other countries around the Congo Basin with a view to rational, sustainable exploitation of forest resources through implementation of management plans. However, sadly, the promise from Glasgow of $1.5 billion for countries around the Congo Basin wasn't equally shared out to allow each country to create conditions for climate resilience and to foster low-carbon development. What's more, we demand immediate implementation of the promises made by developed countries, international organizations, and private sector to mobilize $100 billion per year to meet the priority needs of the developing countries. The CAR hereby reaffirms its commitment, its support of the shared African position and that of the G77 plus China on negotiating a new climate regime. It's a matter of taking into account financing of climate action, of doubling the envelope for adaptation decided on at COP26, and to leave this conference with a decision on financing loss and damage, as well as the necessary means to ensure implementation of our NDCs. From this podium, I appeal for you to remember the specific situation of Africa when it comes to combating climate change. That is the prerequisite for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 and preventing the erosion of biodiversity and saving our planet. May God protect all of humanity. I thank you.
Merci.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of Mozambique. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson of this session, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. I have a singular privilege to address this COP27 debate on behalf of the Mozambicans and my government in a context of post-COVID-19 recovery and extreme weather events that undermine the global sustainable development agenda. I extend my greetings to all present, and I thank the people and government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the warm hospitality and excellent facilities that have been accorded for this event. Mr. President, congratulations on your nomination. Mozambique is one of the countries most exposed to the risks of climate change, characterized by tropical cyclones, floods, and cyclical droughts that require more assertive adaptation and resilience measures. There is this, in 2022, the country hosted the regional conference that culminated in the Maputo Declaration on Sustainable and Integrated Management of the Miombo Forest, which sets priorities for the next decade and reinforces the transparent, inclusive, and responsible governance of these forests, which are key to the sustainable development of signatory countries. We would like to recall that in Africa, the Miombo woodlands are the major tropical forests, which are indeed essential for carbon sink. Mozambique has hosted the SADC ministerial meeting of SADC in September, which adopted the Maputo Declaration on SADC early warning and early action, essential in the impact-based response, demonstrating the individual and collective commitment of member states to defend nature and reduce the disaster risks arising from climate change. We have launched the presidential initiative, One District, One Meteorological Station, by installing modern weather stations to gather effective early warning data for early action that makes communities resilient and less vulnerable to extreme weather events. We are the host of the SADC Emergency and Humanitarian Operations Center since 2021 in Nakala to coordinate emergency response in Southern Africa with the support and collaboration of bilateral and multilateral development partners and civil society, avoiding the loss of life and disaster damage. We therefore call on, once again, international and local partners, both public and private, to mobilize financial and technological resources to restore and conserve the mangroves and the rich biodiversity in Mozambique and in the world at large. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about transition, energy transition, to us a fair energy transition is an exercise of social inclusion. It must be gradual and should reduce the negative impact on the economic development of the country as it happened in the countries that are developed today. So we want to continue in the medium term using our natural resources such as natural gas that is less polluting and generates finance for adaptation actions and climate change. We are working in the development and adaptation. As for the carbon market, we call on climate finance providers to make disbursement in a balanced and satisfactory way to enable implementation of more effective mitigation adaptation initiatives. I conclude by inviting everyone to protect the climate system for mitigation and adaptation under the Paris Agreement by providing means to protect communities, ecosystems, and build capital from the impacts of climate change for the good of present and future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Taneti Mau, President of Kiribati. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I begin by sharing the peace and blessings of the Almighty and the warm greetings of the government and the people of Kiribati. Mr. President, I acknowledge the government and the people of Egypt for the warm hospitality and commend the exceptional leadership in hosting this action-oriented COP27. It is indeed a critical time for us to be more ambitious in the implementation of the Paris Agreement with solutions premised on bolstering the resilience of our peoples against the adverse impacts of climate change. It has been 30 years since the inception of the UNFCCC, and despite the science, some continue to block ambitious actions that could curb global emissions and develop effective solutions to address climate change impacts. Consequently, for frontline countries like Kiribati, this would be detrimental to our sovereign desire to safeguard our people. Climate change is happening, and loss and damage is very real. Yet, the major solutions that we talk about remain distant, as we are at the mercy of multilateral implementing agencies who continue to determine how we adapt and access financial resources. So disheartening. Nevertheless, we remain hopeful that our collective efforts and partnership will address these concerns. We need data, capacity building, and technology transfer, and country-specific science projections to make our adaptation planning much more effective. Mr. President, this year, Kiribati declared a state of disaster to manage and respond to the impact of severe drought, with some of our highlands frequently inundated by storm surges. The impact of extreme spring tides continues to be a threat to our economy, our future developments, and destroying the very fabrics of our livelihoods. Despite these challenges, Mr. President, our commitment to building resilience is driven by the desire of the people to remain living in Kiribati. We will continue to strengthen our legislative and policy frameworks, including the recently enhanced nationally determined contributions. Costs of maintaining our livelihoods in the face of climate change already exceeds our means. Yet, it does not dampen our resolve to put resources where we can. This is compounded by COVID-19, coupled with the inflation on commodities, including fuel. The government will continue to invest in building resilience through people-centered approach and social protection programs. Mr. President, I appeal to my fellow leaders to stand in solidarity together to fight this climate dilemma for the brighter and resilient future of our young generation. We must be held accountable to our climate finance commitments and achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius to save our shared home. Action begins here and now before it is too late. Meaning health, peace, and prosperity upon us all. I thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. William K. Ruto, President of Kenya, speaking on behalf of the African Group. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we come together for the 27th annual climate meeting 30 years after the adoption of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992, 25 years since we adopted the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, and 7 years following yet another historic milestone, the Paris Agreement adopted in 2015. When the convention was adopted in 1992, global emissions were approximately 27 gigatons annually. This has risen to about 40 gigatons, while carbon dioxide accumulation in the atmosphere has also steadily increased. For the past 8 consecutive years, documented by the UN to be the hottest years in recorded history, each new year has been hotter than the previous year. The whole world is reeling from the staggering impact of climate change. The spread, scale, and frequency of disasters like hurricanes, typhoons, wildfires, and heat waves, melting sea ice and glaciers, droughts and desertification, floods and rising sea levels in numerous regions of all continents indicate that humanity is confronting unprecedented devastation on a global scale. The state of climate and climate in Africa reports lay it bare. High water stress is estimated to affect about 250 million people in Africa and is expected to displace up to 700 million people by 2030. In the past 50 years, drought-related hazards have claimed the lives of over 500,000 people and led to economic losses of over $70 billion in the region. More than 1,000 flood-related disasters were reported involving more than 20,000 deaths in Africa alone over this period. It is estimated that by 2050, climate impacts could cost African nations $50 billion annually. The Horn of Africa region, including Kenya, is experiencing the worst drought in 40 years. 2 consecutive years without rain have visited misery on millions of people. 2.5 million livestock have died in Kenya this year alone, causing economic losses of more than $1.5 billion. 2 days ago, We went to distribute food relief to 4.3 million affected Kenyans in an emergency program that has forced us to reallocate funds budgeted for education and health. The trade-offs we are forced to make between indispensable public goods is evident that climate change is directly threatening our people's lives, health, and future. Moreover, due to drought, many children have now dropped out of school. We have been compelled to make school feeding a priority in order to keep our children in class. Kenya's world-renowned wildlife heritage has not been spared either, and carcasses of elephants, zebras, wildebeest, and many other wild fauna litter our parks. We have had to spend US $3 million to supply feed and water to wildlife in the last 3 months. Again, this backdrop, the lengthy discussions at COPs with its stalling, delaying tactics and procrastination that have hampered implementation and delivery is simply cruel and unjust. We cannot afford to spend more time skirting around the real issues, and we must break out of the open-ended, process-focused discussions we are trapped in. Further delay will make us busy spectators as calamity wipes out lives and livelihoods. As we speak, Mr. Chairman, the pledge made 13 years ago in Copenhagen, committing US $100 billion annually, remains unfulfilled. Such a gracious and unexplained default is a major cause of persisting distrust, and neither is there any sound reason for the continuing pollution. In stark contrast, Kenya, a country with far less resources than the average developed country, has foregone pollution industrialization and growth opportunities and intentionally invested in green energy. It must be recalled that Kenya has tremendous hydrocarbon and coal deposits which could go a long way in fueling the engines of our development. Nevertheless, due to resolute commitment, our electricity grid is 93% green. This morning, we signed a framework agreement for collaboration on the development of sustainable green industries in Kenya with an investor to produce 30 gigawatts of green hydrogen in Kenya. There exists opportunities in Kenya to produce 20 gigawatts of wind power, 10 gigawatts of geothermal electricity, and being at the equator, considerable amount of solar energy. Green energy production opportunities are vast in Kenya and throughout Africa. In the East Africa alone, for example, there exists sufficient hydroelectric potential to produce 100,000 megawatts, and if properly exploited, could generate enough clean energy for the whole of the continent. Instead of struggling to power industrialization using dirty energy, which is costly and destroying our planet, we want to make a case for developed economies to decarbonize their production by directing industrial investments to Africa and making use of clean energy to manufacture for the whole world. COP26 established the Glasgow Dialogue to formulate funding arrangements for measures to prevent, mitigate, and remedy loss and damage associated with adverse effects of climate change. Loss and damage is not an abstract topic of endless dialogue. It is our daily experience and the living nightmare of millions of Kenyans and hundreds of millions of Africans. A phenomenon of rising water levels in Rift Valley lakes was experienced in Kenya in 2020 and generated humanitarian crisis of unprecedented levels. Approximately 75,000 households were displaced in 13 counties, with a total population of 379,000 requiring urgent humanitarian assistance. The affected communities endured disruption for their livelihoods, losing homes, grazing lands, and farming fields, while social amenities like schools, health facilities, markets, fish landings, and processing facilities, once thriving hotels, curio shops, resorts, and lodges, electricity lines, and water supply and sanitation units were swallowed by water bodies. Loss and damage must therefore be addressed with a level of seriousness which demonstrates fairness, urgency, and consideration. Africa contributes less than 3% of the pollution responsible for climate change, but is most severely impacted by the ensuing crisis. Africa, and it is therefore only fair and proper that this conference takes necessary measures to recognize Africa's special needs and circumstances under the Paris Agreement, in line with the Convention and relevant decisions adopted by previous COPs. Beyond the overdue, legitimate, and priority concerns of resilience, mitigation, loss, and damage, Africa offers unique potential to play an indispensable positive role in the planet's climate change future. Africa's vast tracts of land, deep treasures of diverse natural resources, tremendous untapped renewable energy potential, and a youthful, dynamic, and skilled workforce constitute the continent's irresistible credentials. Properly deployed, these assets could be crucial in driving global mitigation efforts while creating new economic opportunities in the continent. I am convinced of the need to more comprehensively showcase the opportunities that abound in Africa, such as green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonized manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building, all aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. As the coordinator of the Committee of African Heads of State and Governments on Climate Change, I therefore plan to convene a continental summit focusing on climate action next year. Accordingly, you are all invited to take part in Africa's march to sustainable economic transformation and green growth. Kenya's next significant export will be carbon credits. This is why we call for simplified, more transparent carbon market systems that directly benefit communities and not just intermediaries. Back home, I just launched an ambitious project to increase the national tree cover from the current 12% to 30% in 10 years. We intend to accomplish this by first growing 15 billion trees on approximately 10.6 million hectares of land throughout the country at an estimated cost of US $500 million. In conclusion, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the face of impending catastrophe, whose warning signs are already unbearably disastrous, weak action is unwise. No action is dangerous. At this point, in the progression of this calamity, we have few choices and little time. Our discourse must focus on delivery, and our conversation must be centered on our commitments and implementation. I call on every delegate here today to rise to the challenge of this moment, to make difficult but necessary decisions and seize transformative opportunity from the grasp of climate disaster. This means honoring spending commitments for mitigation and adaptation and mobilizing increased financial flows to those affected, especially in Africa. By keeping our promises and being bound by our word, we will demonstrate to people across the globe that their leaders are their honest agents and true guarantors. COP, this is our golden chance to vindicate present generations who look to us to lead the way in preserving our planet and to perform our role as trustees of future generations. The way things are, we might never have a more opportune time, and there might never be a better chance. I thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, President of Switzerland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le
President, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is the greatest challenge we have. This year, it has left a devastating trail of destruction, for instance, in Pakistan with the floods or drought, and in the European continent as well as Africa. We have to cap our global emissions at the latest between now and 2025. Colleagues, COP27 needs to strengthen its goal of limiting the increase to 1.5 degrees with conviction. But let's be clear as well, without increased efforts from the member states of the G20, who account for 80% of global emissions, we will not be able to limit global heating below 1.5. The poorest who contribute the least to emissions are those who will be suffering the most, and I don't think we can accept such consequences. Concerted efforts amongst us all, countries, international organizations, is absolutely vital. We can limit climate change if we want to. Switzerland is ready to do this. During our mandate in the UN Security Council, we will be really focusing on climate risks and how it has an impact on peace and security. It's equally crucial to maintain the established climate goals, despite the current context that we have of the energy crisis. Switzerland is not going to stray from its goals. My country did answer the call from Glasgow. We've been communicating new measures which allow us to increase the implementation of our NDCs nationally. For the very first time in Glasgow, countries committed to abandon coal and do away with subsidies to fossil fuels. COP27, ladies and gentlemen, must ask each country to submit a tangible and clear timetable for divesting from fossil fuels. Finally, COP27 should launch a major work program on mitigation, which will strengthen the climate goals we've set ourselves and speed up the climate policies adopted in countries. Drastic emissions reductions are the very best way of minimizing adaptation needs and avoiding loss and damage due to climate change. At COP27, we should really step up efforts to strengthen adaptation globally. Effective and credible solutions to these challenges regarding loss and damage are in our reach. I'm thinking, for instance, of the challenges caused by what we call slow burn events. All these solutions need to be efficient. In other words, they have to be financed. The means available are limited. Similarly, we have to find sources of additional funding. For instance, the principle of the polluter pays. Without contributions from the major emitters, it's going to be virtually impossible to address these challenges successfully. Close coordination between these instruments is difficult, but equally fundamental. Switzerland is committed to ensure that the upcoming goal for the post-2025 period is commensurate with current needs. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is ready. Implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs is a common joint task. Despite the current energy challenges, Switzerland is committed to keep its goal, in other words, halving its greenhouse gases between now and 2030, and two, to aim for climate neutrality between now and the latest 2050. Energy transformation is an opportunity for all of us, both culturally and scientifically, for those countries who have to contribute. Those who have greatest capacity can also give to those who are more disadvantaged the necessary funding for this common task that we have, namely the energy transition. Switzerland is contributing to this 100 billion goal. I'm very proud to announce a contribution of 190 million francs, subject to approval from Parliament, and 155 million Swiss francs to the Global Environment Facility, nearly 12 million to the Special Climate Change Fund, 16 million to the LDC's funds, the Least Developed Countries Fund, over the next 4 years. These two funds will be focusing on adaptation. In addition to our annual capacity of 9 million, there will be an increase, 4 million Swiss francs, to the cruise initiative. This is the early warning system for all, and an additional 8 million Swiss francs under the World Bank program. It's insurance and disaster risk funding. Let me say yet again that Switzerland's convinced that those countries who are able to do must support those countries that are suffering the most from climate change. And many thanks for your attention.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Majesty King Topu VI, the King of Tonga. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Secretary General, Your Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please accept my sincere congratulations and best wishes on your presidency of the 27th session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The opportunity is also taken to commend the UNFCCC Secretariat and staff for their timeless efforts and impeccable preparation to facilitate this conference. I would like to thank the government of Egypt and the city of Sharm el-Sheikh for your warm hospitality since our arrival in the beautiful city of peace. Mr. President, 30 years ago, the United Nations charted a course in adopting the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and in 2015 we gave this journey a new raison d'etre in the Paris Agreement. At COP26 in Glasgow, parties increased ambition and kept the hope of 1.5 degrees alive. We acknowledge and commend the outcomes of COP26 and note that we will only be a step closer to our goals if every country delivers on their pledges. We are here to make progress from where we stood with Glasgow Climate Pact, and more importantly, with the commitments we made at the adoption of the Paris Agreement. The theme chosen for the 27th session of the Conference of Parties, Delivering for People and the Planet, is both a timely and an essential reminder of the urgency of the task at hand for the survival of the Earth and for us, its inhabitants. Our task in delivering for our people and our planet is to agree to goals with the highest ambition possible and to act together and before the impacts become irreversible for us, all of us. We no longer have the luxury of time. The inherent physical attributes of our islands in the Pacific Ocean make climate change the single greatest threat that will determine the future of small island developing states like the Kingdom of Tonga. My kingdom is the third most vulnerable country in the world to the adverse effects of climate change. As a people, we share a deep connection to the ocean. As with many other Pacific Island countries, Tonga is heavily dependent upon its fisheries and ocean resources for food, transport, economic development, and culture. Historically, the Tongan people have always shown resilience in the face of such natural disasters. However, the record rates of increased coastal erosion, ocean acidification, the loss of coral reefs, coupled with ever-present rising sea levels, 3 times higher than the global average. Our ability to respond to the increasing multiplicity of disasters and the increasing severity and intensity of extreme weather patterns is now undermined. On the 15th of January this year, Tonga experienced a volcanic explosion equal to none in our living history. Homes were destroyed, lives were lost, and entire communities are deeply traumatized by sonic explosions and the resulting tsunami waves. Population displacement has now become a permanent feature for my people. In the aftermath of the explosion, we experienced the care, compassion, and support of the global community and our neighboring countries in response and recovery efforts. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you who have made a contribution to the recovery efforts of my people. I acknowledge your kindness and the compassion shown towards the people of the Kingdom of Tonga. Please allow me to highlight 2 key future challenges resulting from this unprecedented volcanic explosion. The first is our access to clean, safe drinking water. The pollution of rainwater in the aftermath of the explosion highlighted the vulnerability of water storage sites in the outer islands. This urgent reality places greater importance on the access to available water desalination technologies that can operate on renewable energy. The second challenge as an ocean state is to offer affordable transportation that does not add to our greenhouse gas emissions. Our culture and history as people of the ocean has taught us to live in harmony with our environment. In the near future, we will need to reacquaint our people with such livelihoods and use cutting-edge technologies that promote wind-powered, low-carbon emitting modes of transport. As small island developing states, we cannot face the challenges presented to all of us alone. We are firmly committed to international goals. In 2020, the Government of Tonga submitted its second nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, setting ambitious mitigation and adoption goals. In addition, Tonga's long-term low-emission development strategy sets targets in sectors including energy, transport, waste management, and the resettlement of communities. Global objectives must be directly translated into our mission and journey, charting a pathway for a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive future for Tonga. Such goals and measures also support the implementation of the Tonga climate change policy from 2016 and uphold the overarching goal of a climate change resilient Tonga by 2035. For small island developing states like Tonga, adoption to climate change generates larger benefits when delivered in conjunction with other development activities such as disaster risk reduction and community-based approaches to development. My kingdom shares the concerns of other countries in the Pacific Islands Forum. In solidarity, we endorsed the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent that highlights the challenges that we face as a region and symbolizes our drive to respond to our ever-changing environment. As the impacts of climate change are intergenerational and our actions and decisions today will have a major bearing on the future of our people, I'm encouraged by the agendas at COP27 over the coming days. I hope that all of us here present will be inspired, motivated, and driven into action on firm commitments, a sense of shared responsibility, and connection with the global community. This will be a testament to the genuine partnerships of all parties in raising ambitions and actions towards achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. May we always keep in mind the impacts of our decisions and actions here at COP27 as we chart our course towards a successful, prosperous, and sustainable future. A future where the well-being, survival, and peace of future generations are their inheritance. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Egius Levites, President of Latvia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I thank Egypt and President Sisi for hosting the COP27 meeting. The high level of attendance points the urgent need for this gathering. The effects of climate change are felt throughout the world. For example, in Somalia, more frequent drought has led to famine. In Pakistan, melting glaciers have caused flooding of a third of the country's territory. From Greece to Australia to US, extreme temperatures cause extensive wildfires. In Latvia, in my country, climate change is decreasing biological diversity. To make matters worse, Russia's illegal war in Ukraine directly impacts food and energy security, the environment, and distracts attention and resources from climate actions. Geographical location, income level, and gender matters. It is our duty to protect and empower the communities most vulnerable and least responsible for climate change. The current energy crisis caused by Russia's war against Ukraine is another wake-up call that we need to speed up transition to renewable energy. Green solutions not only contribute to the mitigation efforts, but also ensure greater energy security. In Latvia, we are diversifying our energy mix by accelerating wind energy projects. We are determined to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Latvia is committed to the European Union's target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% until 2030. At a local level, two large Latvian cities, Riga and Liepāja, aim to be among the first 100 climate-neutral cities in Europe by 2030. Collective problems need collective solutions, and these solutions must be based on just transition. Just transition is a key word of this conference. Effective climate governance requires close cooperation between government, business, the scientific community, and civil society, especially civil society. In Latvia, too, we are determined to further improve our climate governance mechanism. Mr. President, COP27 should be aimed at bridging our differences in mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and climate finance. Delay in the mitigation efforts will only increase the need for adaptation measures and financial resources. The outcome of Sharm el-Sheikh must be an ambitious, comprehensive global response to climate change. As Secretary General Guterres already said, the world needs a pact between developed, emerging, and developing economies in order to save our planet. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gustavo Francisco Pedro Urrego, President of Colombia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Executive Secretary of the United Nations for the Convention on Climate Change, Simon Steele, President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, distinguished heads of state, majesties, prime ministers, media, ladies and gentlemen, science has spoken. The climate crisis is the main problem facing humanity. It can indeed eliminate life on our planet and wipe out humans. Political leadership from the first COP to date has failed in terms of stopping the causes of climate change. Increasingly, we are consuming coal, gas, oil. Indeed, the time that we would have had available to us to plan some sort of solution, we have used that with geopolitics, wars, rather than saving humanity. Political leadership has failed, basically because overcoming climate crises mean that we have to stop consuming oil and coal. And this no longer consuming means an absolute sea change in our approach to the economy. We need to ensure that people don't have vested interests in this sort of economy, a change, a shift in the global economy. And of course, this is something that political leadership has to keep up with. Year in, year out, we tread slowly to the end. As regards Colombia, a decalogue. It's something that I would like to make as a proposal, both for humanity, governments. COP is not giving us the answer, and I think time has run short. Global conferences between governments should be ensuring that policy is really heading us towards decarbonization. Decarbonization is a massive change in the dominant economy. I think we now have to say it is time for humanity, not for markets. This would be the decalogue that we propose. First of all, number one, if global policies aren't able to get us out of this problem, then humanity disappears. The extinction that's ahead of us should press us into action now. We are, after all, human beings. With or without the permission of our governments, we have to act. I think the time has come for mobilization of humanity. Number two, The market is not the principal mechanism we have to overcome the crisis. It's the market, capital accumulation, that has produced this in the first place. It will never be the answer to it. Thirdly, only public global planning, multilateral in nature, will allow us to shift from a global towards a decarbonized economy. The UN should be really the focal point for such a planning. Fourthly, global politics and global policy mobilizing humanity will set us back on course so that we won't be influenced by the vested interests of the carbon companies, in other words, the companies, the oil companies, the gas companies, and others. 5, we have to keep in place the pillars of the planet. First of all, the Amazon jungle. It's one of those pillars of the 4 that we have. Colombia will be giving $200 million on an annual basis during 20 years to save the Amazon in its territory. And we look forward to global contributions. Sixthly, the climate crisis will only be overcome if we stop consuming fossil fuels. The time has come to devalue the hydrocarbon economy, and we need dates for that. We need clear timelines as we move to an end of this, and we need to be really focused on the carbon-free economy. The solution would be a world without oil, without carbon. Seventhly, the WTO treaties, as well as the IMF, run against the solution that we have for the climate crisis, which is why they should be reformed, subject to the COP agreements rather than the other way around. While we stick to the current WTO treaties, we will make no progress. We will simply go back in terms of solving the climate crisis. We will be moving closer and closer to the end. Eighthly, the IMF should start a debt swap program for investment in mitigation and adaptation in all developing countries. The economic blockade policies, either they don't favor democracy and simply thwart humanity in its interests. Ninthly, private multilateral banks globally have to stop funding the fossil fuel industry. And 10, immediately, we have to start peace negotiations. War is simply robbing us of vital time as humankind if we are to avoid extinction. So that's the decalogue that we propose from Colombia, so that we can act in our world and hopefully save our planet and avoid the extinction of humankind. Many thanks.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt, Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency, Mr. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UN Framework, Convention on Climate Change. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first, it's our duty to congratulate the Egyptian President, President Sisi, for hosting this COP27 conference, and also to thank the Egyptian people for your warm hospitality since we arrived here. President, distinguished delegates, with the African continent being host to this COP27 on a continent which is most affected by climate change, obviously together with other least developed countries, and it's befitting to call this the African yet global COP27. Because it is opportune for us to say things that we probably have not said before. Now that the conference COP27 is happening on our continent, a continent that is bearing quite a lot of the brunt of the climate change, yet it contributes the least to climate damage, we expect that this COP27 will address some of our key issues that are arising from the climate change negative effect. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, our government's home in Zambia has demonstrated a marked commitment to combat climate change in line with the requirements of the Paris Agreement. However, in order for us to be able to maximize on our contributions to ameliorating the negative effects of climate change, and yet at the same time meeting our people's minimum requirements to maintain their livelihoods, we need strong and enduring international partnership and support which deliver on its commitments. I think the key word here is to deliver on our commitments, the commitments of us, of course, the commitments of our partners. As chair of the African Group of Negotiators, Zambia has submitted an ambitious, revised, and updated nationally determined contribution as required by the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, climate change adaptation remains a top priority for all of us without exception. Therefore, we expect that COP27 will deliver a milestone outcome in advancing the work program of the global goal on adaptation that we adopted in COP26 last year in Glasgow. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, while we continue to urge for the world to increase its commitment and, more importantly, delivery towards climate change, Zambia will continue to do what it's able to do in its own right, given its resource constraints. We have identified a number of mitigation actions as a means of attaining our aspirations and increasing our commitment. We continue to formulate green growth strategies which will provide a framework for transforming the country into a climate-smart green economy. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we call on all our esteemed partners to fulfill their pledge of $100 billion per year of funding for us all to meet our intended goals around this challenge, climate change. This is a very important motivation for us all to continue with our climate change mitigation efforts, in addition to, honestly speaking, to making this contribution, commitment, obligation met as a measure of credibility. If we don't meet our commitments, we make the various commitments, we don't meet them, obviously our credibility as individual countries, but also as a group of nations, a League of Nations, global League of Nations, is at question, and I believe that we'll address this issue after this COP27. We have an obligation and a noble task to deliver for the future generations, for our planet, especially that we are meeting here once more on the African continent. As we conclude, Mr. President, fellow delegates, there are times when we as individual countries have a decision to support or not to support certain commitments. In this particular case, I'm afraid to say that option to decide not to does not exist, is not available to any one of us. It is important, therefore, for us to accept and understand that a crisis like this one should not divide us, should not move us away from each other. It does not matter what discussions we're having individually in our countries. It does not matter what issues face us as regions, as continents, but also as a global community. We have an obligation to work together and cooperate even more than ever before. And this way is the most assured way of defeating the negative effects of climate change. As I said, let us come out of this COP27 more united and work together in many spheres, including joint investments, trading, making carbon trading as is possible. And we shouldn't leave the ascension steps to carbon trading, for example, to individual states. Let's work out a template on how to engage in carbon trade much easier, including working on the regulations that affect this important revenue-based activity, which will help us ameliorate the negative effects of climate change. Mr. President, distinguished guests, a lot has been said. I choose to say these few words and ask all of us to rededicate our efforts and, more important, accelerate implementation of mitigation factors. All of us, without exception. I thank you for your kindest attention. Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ismail Omar Guelleh, President of Djibouti. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of the Arab Republic of Egypt and President of COP27, heads of state and government, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, may I be permitted to thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and the people of Egypt for the warm welcome that has been reserved for us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh. Our gratitude also goes out to the new Executive Secretary of the Convention, Mr. Simon Stiel, who has taken all necessary steps in order to fully facilitate our work throughout this conference. And finally, I would like to add my voice to those words of the President speaking on behalf of Africa and the President of Argentina on behalf of the G7 plus China group. President, the world today faces a number of challenges, amongst them climate change, but also the loss of biodiversity, air pollution, pollution of water and soil. The most threatening and urgent, without doubt, is global warming, which threatens survival of humanity. This is proven again and again by numerous catastrophes, turning our populations into victims. This is all the more a sad situation as our summits and decisions, our commitments and actions remain insufficient, lower than the level of mobilization needed. More than this, greenhouse gas emissions continue to be increasingly emitted with horrific consequences. Africa made only a marginal contribution to global warming. However, it is fundamentally affected by this phenomenon. As concerns the Republic of Djibouti, by its geographical location in its intertropical arid environment, Djibouti is particularly vulnerable to the risks created by climate change, such as floods, droughts, and rising sea levels. These risks lead to rarefied water resources, soil erosion, and damage to infrastructure. The impacts of these risks are particularly harmful for the water, agriculture, and public health sectors of my country. And this is why we have implemented a water supply project connecting Ethiopia with Djibouti and a desalination project for seawater for our capital, a key economic and demographic issue to better tackle the challenges of the climate and to ensure greater resilience of the urban population, ensuring that they have safe access to water. Djibouti has built a number of different dams in order to protect our population and our infrastructure from floods. In our national determined contributions, Djibouti assumed the obligation to reduce its CO2 emissions by 40% by 2030 compared to the reference scenario. To do this, we have put into place an electrical interconnection network with Ethiopia, which has allowed us to annually reduce by more than 150 kilotons CO2 emissions of our country, and we have initiated a number of geothermic wind and solar energy projects in order to significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. As another part of our contribution to the fight against climate change, just over a week ago, Djibouti organized a global summit on research into the climate, which has allowed researchers from various countries to exchange on issues related to climate change. It is in this spirit that we created a regional observatory on climate change, which will allow African researchers to contribute to our better understanding of the collapse of our climate. Given the numerous non-binding commitments, Mr. President, we are not surprised of the lack of progress achieved. This is why we recall that as the COP27 adopts binding decisions recognizing the needs and actual specific circumstances of Africa, more progress will be achieved. We call for access to additional predictable funding. This is fundamental to implement actions for mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, we urge developed countries to comply with their commitments to mobilize $100 billion every year. Finally, we demand that 50% of this funding be dedicated to adaptation. It is time to move from words to action by reducing drastically greenhouse gas emissions and mobilizing the funds that are needed to shore up the resilience of populations as they face climate change. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bazoum Mohamed, President of Niger. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, to consolidate what we agreed in Glasgow, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published 2 reports this year. In these reports, they warn us that current commitments for reductions of greenhouse gas emissions will lead, between now and the end of the century, global warming 2 times greater than that as set forth in the Paris agreements. It is this warning that means that to avoid catastrophic, predictable loss and damage, it is urgent that we accelerate our reductions of greenhouse gas emissions whilst also respecting justice and equality. We know that Africa is the continent most vulnerable on our planet. It is therefore of imperative importance that COP27 rises to this occasion on the climate and places specific attention on those local specific needs. And the concerns of the African continent are as follows. 1, the definition of a new collective quantified goal for climate funding that takes into account the needs of developing countries. 2, a clear definition of the mechanisms that will be used by developed countries in order that they comply with their commitment to annually double adaptation funds between now and 2025. 3rd, handling loss and damage through the establishment of a governance body with precise funding arrangements. 4, the commitment of key emitter countries to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to stay at 1.5 degrees. 5, a fair, inclusive and equitable energy transition. Such a transition should allow Africa to enjoy its energy resources, notably fossil fuels, a sine qua non precondition for facilitating its sustainable development and eradicating poverty in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, within Africa, the Sahel is certainly the region that presents the greatest vulnerability and deserves a separate treatment in light of the specific challenges it faces. This includes security, climate, migratory, health, food, and demographic challenges. We can never say this enough. The violence that is ravaging the Sahel today is deeply linked to the climate disaster suffered by this region. And this is why Niger welcomes regional initiatives which have been taken to mitigate the impacts of climate change, such as the Great Green Wall and the Climate Commission for the Sahel region. These initiatives aim at contributing to greater food security and preserving biodiversity, as well as preserving the natural capital, which will allow a better adaptation and greater resilience of both populations and ecosystems. Niger welcomes the creation of the Sahel Climate Fund, an innovative, adapted fund to fund actions on the climate for regular, consistent technical support for the stakeholders in the region of the Sahel who have difficulty gaining access to resources from multilateral mechanisms due to the complex procedures. The first 5-year funding cycle should mobilize $2 billion, contributing to the Great Green Wall initiative through actions which promote, inter alia, increasing food security, developing the potential for renewable energy, as well as human capital and development for green jobs. The promises of funding for adaptation from one conference after another are vitally important. Between conception and implementation, there is a gap, many a slip betwixt cup and lip. And this is why we need to define clear rules urgently for the implementation of the obligations that have been assumed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Milo Djukanovic, President of Montenegro.
Your Excellencies, I have the honor of addressing you on behalf of Montenegro. I would like to express gratitude to President El-Sisi and the Egyptian government for excellent organization. We are facing the key decade for transformation and transition, as the Egyptian presidency properly diagnosed, from negotiations and planning to implementation. In Glasgow, we clearly said we had to speed up the efforts, upgrade support and strengthen resilience. Latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel confirmed that global political leadership would not be decisive for success if there is no determined multilateral action from all levels of social, economic and technological system. Your Excellencies, the only way to achieve the Paris goal is to ensure simultaneous implementation and increase of climate ambition. Through the revision of its nationally determined contribution, Montenegro set the target of reducing emissions by 35% by 2030. In the Glasgow summit, Montenegro stepped up the ambition to 40% of emissions reduction, convinced that such a goal is achievable given the measures defined in the key national strategic and development plans. Activities of the new revision are in progress. Roadmap for implementation has been developed, as well as the scheme for monitoring and evaluating progress. Inventory of greenhouse gases emissions is updated in line with the new methodology of Intergovernmental Panel. Latest calculations indicate to potential further reduction of the emissions level of 45%, which has a realistic basis, but the challenges are strong and very expensive, particularly in the energy and agriculture, given the negative effects of the pandemic and global disturbances caused by the aggression against Ukraine. In addition to this, the lasting domestic political instability hinders the focus on development issues and a continuous upgrading of capacities for planning and implementing climate policy and its incorporation in all sectors, which would otherwise create preconditions for gradual reduction in the use of coal, long-term low-carbon development, and climate neutrality as the final goal. In spite of the small share in global emissions, Montenegro must continue undertaking all the required steps to comply with international commitments. We see green transformation as an opportunity to start the period of a dynamic and sustainable development that will guarantee growth of economic activities and thus also of the standard of living. Our greatest challenge will be to ensure just transition. That is why support of development and financial partners and a stronger inflow of foreign investment from technologically most advanced countries remain necessary. Your Excellencies, are we ready to speed up the climate action in the decisive decade and save the planet? We seem not to have any choice. Responsibility for the implementation of the promised and the accepted lies on all of us. It does not lie only on the global political leadership and partnership between the developed world and developing countries. It does not lie only on the urgency of concerted and climate-wise responsible action of the governments, investors, and business sectors. It lies on every citizen individually. We all can and must contribute to the Paris Accord goals becoming our reality. The time is running out, and the challenges and problems we face are becoming increasingly complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rashad Mohammed Ali Al-Alimi, President of Yemen. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Your Excellency, President, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. I would like, first of all, to express my sincere appreciation and heartfelt wishes for Egypt, commending the excellent organization of this high-level summit. I would like also to thank the United Nations and its Secretary General for their efforts with the various stakeholders in favor of our planet. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, our nations convene today amidst a multiplicity of challenges, from the food crisis to a record increase in temperature to wars in various parts of the world. But we are cognizant that the repercussions of climate change remains the highest item on the agenda and challenge for countries in armed conflict. And although Yemen is the least responsible for emissions that are responsible for climate change, it still is one of the most affected countries by the negative impact of climate change. And the somber picture that is depicted in the various reports about the impact of climate change in Yemen will be even more detailed during the expansive deliberations and proceedings of this summit. But allow me here to indicate the following. Some inklings of that somber picture, which includes the depletion of water sources, including groundwater, and the increase of the sea levels in the coastal areas of the country, which extend for more than 2,400 kilometers, which consists in a real life risk and danger for the inhabitants and a problem for the economy. Our country has always been under the scourge of the threat of drought and thirst, which leads to armed confrontations. And 72% of the population rely on agricultural activity, which is becoming less and less productive. And the changes linked to the increased temperatures and the disruptions in rainfall have led to quagmires due to flooding, which also lead to the death of our citizens and also the spread of diseases. Also, our tourism potential has been disastrously hit due to those changes, given that the social network has been disrupted and undermined by the militias that are sponsored by the Iranian regime. And this is why we need further pledges for building capacity to counter these phenomena and also ensure that we have clear opportunities for peacemaking based on international frameworks, particularly the Gulf Initiative and its implementation process and the outcomes of national dialogue and the Security Council resolutions on the matter, particularly the resolution 2216. Ladies and gentlemen, we at the state and the government in Yemen, we are fully aware of the severe repercussions of climate change, and we are similarly cognizant of our responsibilities that are common in order to address those challenges. And we understand that you know very well what are the main guaranteed pathways to achieve progress in this regard. It is the pathway of peace and ending the toppling of regimes and working within the UN and making sure that we receive our fair share of development financing that goes in the direction of the least developed countries. And we will also need to work against the plans of the terrorist militias trying to turn our country into the largest landmine field since World War II. And also, we need to be countering the targeting of the oil reserve Safer area. And here, we would like to indicate that our responsibilities are overlapping in supporting the Yemeni government in capacity building and reconstructing its institutions despite the threats of terrorist militias that are supported by the Iranian regime against the stability of the country, and we need to be securing the navigation and seafaring pathways. As you know, we have gone a long way in working with and in favor of peacemaking efforts in order to alleviate the suffering of our people and bring back as a constructive player in its region and the world. But the terrorist militias have always been there working against our peace efforts and undermining the stability and the navigation and sea infrastructure in Hadramaut and Shabwa, and expanding their attacks across the borders in a region that is at the heart of, at the crossroads of trade routes in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisions that you will make during the next 2 weeks will have a serious impact on the lives of Yemenis who lost about $126 billion, which is the equivalent of 50% of its GDP over the past 8 years. This is in addition to the increasingly crowded camps for persons who have seen their lives destroyed by the ongoing situation. We'd like to commend the support of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates for their appreciated efforts in alleviating this disaster and making sure that there isn't a full collapse of our institutions, such institutions that are working with you in trying to alleviate the effects of climate change at every level. We'd like to also reiterate on this occasion our appreciation for regional and global initiatives in this regard, particularly the Middle East Green Initiative that has been announced by the brotherly Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in order to reach record reductions of carbon emissions. We also support the adaptation and resilience initiative launched by Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, the human civilization knows Yemen and is now called upon by Yemen to respond to the calls of our mothers and our fathers and our people who look forward to a bright future and for our civilization to be protected from efforts to destroy it. And this is why I am here with you, trying to ask you for a fast mechanism to rebuild Yemen and its infrastructure and protect its biodiversity and its environmental resources and bring back life to its ecosystems. We would like to thank you again, brother President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and we look forward to this summit coming away with constructive solutions and resolutions. And we express our support of the presidency of Egypt in this COP27. And we also look forward to the support of the United Arab Emirates, to our support to the UAE in its organization of COP28. And we also reiterate our support for the Egyptian president's call for working together to end the war in Ukraine. We support that call because we know what is war and what are the severe repercussions of war and conflict wherever we may be. Thank you, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Yeah. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
When Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II addressed COP26 last year, she reflected how history has shown that when nations come together in common cause, there is always room for hope. I believe we found room for hope in Glasgow, with one last chance to create a plan that would limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees. We made the promises to keep that goal within reach. And the question today is this: can we summon the collective will to deliver them? I believe we can. When we began our COP presidency, just 1/3 of the global economy was signed up to net zero. Today, it is 90%. And for our part, the UK, which was the first major economy in the world to legislate for net zero, will fulfill our ambitious commitment to reduce emissions by at least 68% by 2030. And because there is no solution to climate change without protecting and restoring nature, in Glasgow, more than 140 countries, which are home to over 90% of the world's forests, made a historic promise to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by the end of this decade. And just this afternoon, I co-hosted the first meeting of the Forests and Climate Leaders Partnership to ensure this is delivered. Central to all our efforts is honouring our promises on climate finance. I know that for many, finances are tough right now. The pandemic all but broke the global economy. And before coming here today, I spent last week working on the difficult decisions needed to ensure confidence and economic stability in my own country. But I can tell you today that the United Kingdom is delivering on our commitment of £11.6 billion. And as part of this, we will now triple our funding on adaptation to £1.5 billion by 2025. But let me tell you why. First, I profoundly believe it is the right thing to do. Listen to Prime Minister Motley of Barbados as she describes the existential threat posed by the ravages of climate change. Or look at the devastating floods in Pakistan, where the area underwater is the same size as the entire United Kingdom. When you see 33 million people displaced, with disease rife and spreading through the water, you know it is morally right to honour our promises. But it is also economically right too. Climate security goes hand in hand with energy security. Putin's abhorrent war in Ukraine and rising energy prices across the world are not a reason to go slow on climate change. They are a reason to act faster. Because diversifying our energy supplies by investing in renewables is precisely the way to ensure ourselves against the risks of energy dependency. It is also a fantastic source of new jobs and growth. In Glasgow, we began an approach globally, using aid funding to unlock billions of pounds of private finance for the development of new green infrastructure. So instead of developing countries being unfairly burdened with the carbon debt of richer nations and somehow expected to forego that same path to growth, we are helping those countries deliver their own fast track to clean growth. And the UK is making further commitments to support this today, including by investing £65 million in a range of green investment projects in Kenya and in Egypt. I'd like to pay tribute to President Sisi for his leadership in bringing us all together, and to thank the UK's President of COP26, Alok Sharma, for his inspiring work to deliver on the Paris Agreement and Glasgow Climate Pact. By honouring the promises we made in Glasgow, and by directing public and private finance towards the protection of our planet, we can turn our struggle against climate change into a global mission for new jobs and clean growth. And we can bequeath our children a greener planet and a more prosperous future. That's a legacy we could be proud of. So as we come together once again in common cause today, there really is room for hope. Let us fulfill it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Vahan Khachaturian, President of Armenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Gratitude to the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and the government of Egypt for an excellent organization of this conference.
Mr. Chairman, combating climate change is important part of the international agenda, and it requires everyone's joint approach. As a developing country, Armenia has always expressed its consent to further integrate into the global processes for combating climate change, not only by declaring an ambitious climate agenda, but also by transmitting to a more sustainable, resilient, and low-carbon economic system. Climate change is happening even faster than it was estimated before, from most advanced to the less developed countries, to small islands, to mountainous landlocked countries like Armenia. All the humanity is not only witnessing this change, but is also impacted by it. Ecosystems are at risk, water resources are running out, floods, storms, forest fires, cases of heat and drought are becoming more frequent. With its vulnerable mountainous ecosystem, Armenia has already faced the negative consequences of climate change. Our country has recorded 1.3 degree increase of average temperature and 9% decrease of precipitation, making it one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Mr. Chairman, we are well aware of the environment and the negative impact of wars on ecosystems and the environment. The impact of wars on ecosystems is different and depends on the duration of the war and the types of weapons that are being used. Unfortunately, recently Armenia faced such a challenge. On 13th of September, Armenia was attacked by Azerbaijan. The target was the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia, the eastern and southeastern cities, densely populated cities of Armenia, including the city of Chermuk, which is known to be a touristic city, were heavily shelled. Military activities in these regions were paralleled by also using drones and heavy weaponry, and it caused tangible damages to the environment, including the shelling of Gechut water reservoir that could have human costs. Dear colleagues, Mr. Chairman, despite the challenges existing in Armenia, the climate change agenda remains priority for our government. Particularly, climate resilient and low-carbon development has been recognized as priority, which is based on the sustainable and long-term climate change adaptation strategy, on investments in large-scale afforestation, renewable energy and energy-efficient sectors, application of innovative and modern climate technology, promotion of electric mobility, and development of nuclear energy. Our country is determined to fulfill its commitments under the Paris Agreement, taking into consideration the importance of joint efforts in combating climate change. Last year, Armenia submitted a strategy for the 2021-2030 nationally determined contribution of the Republic of Armenia for setting a new target for mitigating climate change at the level of the whole economy, which means 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. In this regard, innovative solutions, including Debt for Climate initiative, are of importance in a world where accumulated state debt deters most developing countries from receiving climate-related funds. We welcome the progress for establishing international rules under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, the positive, although fragile achievements we had in Glasgow 1 year ago, and we expect equal and fair participation of developing countries to promote full transition of the economies of states to sustainable and carbon-neutral development. Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that if we work together, we are sufficiently strong for making change. So let's fight together for sustainable development and new green era where nature and humanity coexist in harmony. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Borut Pahor, President of Slovenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I could not wish for a better platform from which to address the world for my very last time in the capacity of the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I express my sincere gratitude to Egypt for its hospitality and for its tireless efforts to make COP27 a success. Ladies and gentlemen, climate breakdown is the essential issue of our times, both globally and locally. Personally, I am deeply committed to protecting our environment with my own Standing Committee for Climate Policy, all excellent experts on their field. I regularly recommend adoption of concrete measures to the Slovenian government and the House. Colleagues and friends, the decade we live in is the critical one for stepping up climate action. Full implementation of the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact are our way forward in staying on track with the 1.5 Celsius goal. We are experiencing combined energy and food insecurity, also due to the Russian war against Ukraine. This, however, should not come at the expense of our ambitious climate action. On the contrary, we should use the current energy crisis as an opportunity for out-of-the-box solutions for mitigating climate change. I reiterate Slovenia's ambition to reach climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest. We are preparing our first national climate law, which will further promote meeting this target. At the same time, we are well aware of the great diversity of needs of developing countries and communities. We therefore wish to substantial progress on the global goal on adaptation. We support efforts to find solutions for founding arrangements for loss and damage. We also support the call of the United Nations Secretary General to expand early warning coverage throughout the world. Excellencies, climate breakdown is increasingly a factor of instability, violence, and war. As a candidate for a non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the period of 2045-2025, Slovenia aims for integration climate action into prevention, peaceful building, and peacemaking. We are committed to solidarity. This year, we doubled our climate finance through multilateral channels in support for the least developed states and smallest developing states. Ladies and gentlemen, climate breakdown is happening here and now. We shall either stand together or fall together. We only have this one motherland. Our generation has the possibility and duty to act and leave the planet in a better shape for our children. Again, failure is not an option. We are talking of a man-made problem. We have a man-made solution for it. So let's get to work together for implementation. Mr. President, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Isaac Herzog, President of Israel. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so very honored to join you today from across the globe, so many friends at the COP27. I thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and his government for hosting us here in this beautiful Sharm el-Sheikh. As neighboring nations, Israel and Egypt are both fortunate to call this beautiful region, the Middle East, our home. However, this home we all love is also a global hotspot for climate change, with studies forecasting imminent severe consequences of our region. The Middle East is on the brink of catastrophe, and you could have heard it in the speeches of my predecessors. Here in Sharm el-Sheikh, I wish to reiterate the State of Israel's solid commitment, as relayed last year in Glasgow, to achieving net zero carbon emissions and to transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy by 2050. But Israel is prepared to assume far greater responsibility. Israel is prepared to lead the effort towards regional climate resilience. I intend to spearhead the development of what I term as Renewable Middle East, a regional ecosystem of sustainable peace. I envision that in the foreseeable future, the solar energy produced in the deserts of the Middle East will be available for exportation to Europe, Asia, and Africa. If, for example, Israel and Greece are already working on electricity connectors to supply green electricity from Israel to Europe, I believe that the entire Middle East, all Middle East nations, abundant with sun and technology, will have the ability to connect the rest of the world to a magnificent source of renewable energy. In a region undergoing accelerated desertification, Israel also has the capability and know-how to deflect severe water shortages and to offer solutions for food insecurity. We are eager to share all our expertise and practical tools That is what a renewable Middle East is all about. And I invite you all to visit our beautiful pavilion here at COP27 and see some of these brilliant ideas for yourselves. Dear friends, this crisis threatens the very existence of the future which we wish for our children. It transcends politics and geographic margins, and so must we. I say to all nations at the COP27, and particularly to our neighbors near and far, this state of emergency demands we work together, not tomorrow, today. Let us turn the climate emergency into an opportunity to address 20th century conflicts, thereby advancing desperately needed 21st century collaborations. Let us leverage vital regional partnerships as a path towards inclusivity, stability, and prosperity to form this shared renewable Middle East. The Prosperity Green and Prosperity Blue Partnership, reflecting Jordan's intention to supply Israel with green electricity, and Israel's intention to supply Jordan with desalinated water, with the direct involvement and support of the United States of America and the United Arab Emirates, is the ultimate example of creative win-win partnerships which will contribute to the stability of the entire region. In the spirit of our hosts in the region, I would like to teach from the Quran that, as said, to be good to others as Allah has been good to us, and to not seek to corrupt the land. As said in Arabic, وَأَحْسِنْ كَمَا أَحْسَنَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْكَ وَلَا تَبْغِي الْفَسَادَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. And as our Holy Bible says, may you work, toil, and protect the land. וَيِקَחَ אדוני אלוהים את האדם ויניחהו בגן עדן לעובדה ולשומרה. Let us save the world God gave us, for we are all have been created in His image. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Umaro Sissoko Embalo, President of Guinea-Bissau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Señor Presidente Al-Sisi.
President Al-Sisi from the Arab Republic of Egypt, heads of state and government, President of COP27, Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Honourable Mayor of the city of Sharm el-Sheikh, ladies and gentlemen, Guinea-Bissau is classified under the group of less developed countries and small island developing states. And our country does not contribute significantly to global emissions of greenhouse gases. But our commitment to the international community and the fight against global warming was expressed at COP26 in Glasgow, and also in our presentation of our updated nationally determined contribution in 2021. Guinea-Bissau committed itself to implementing mitigation actions corresponding to a deviation equivalent to -30% or more in relation to the scenario we had before by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, profound changes must be rapidly set on course in order to close the gap between the goals defined under the Paris Agreement and current trends in the evolution of greenhouse gas emissions. Multiple COVID-19 crises and the war in Ukraine must not render the climate financing agenda unfeasible. We must come to an agreement on the implementation architecture for long-term climate financing. Ladies and gentlemen, with the new global challenges, we must increase our ambition related to mitigation of greenhouse gases, and we need to promote the other two pillars, namely financing and adaptation, in order to achieve the ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement on the new climate regime and the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Africa needs additional support for these initiatives, particularly our Africa Renewable Energy Initiative and the Africa Adaptation Initiative, the goal of which is to help to achieve their development aspirations aligned with three main goals: 100% access to sufficient, modern and renewable energy for all citizens in less developed countries by 2030. Then 100% electricity from renewable energy sources in all less developed countries by 2050. This is something that would meet all the needs of their citizens, social services, and industries. And then 100% use of energy efficiency potential throughout the value chain, through full implementation of best practices by 2040. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to emphasize that our country, Guinea-Bissau, is under the highest threat from sea level rise and coastal erosion, amongst other risks that are related to climate change. And we have many extreme vulnerabilities because we're an African country, we're a less developed country, and we are a small island developing nation. But our contribution to global emissions of greenhouse gases is insignificant, as reflected in our updated nationally determined contribution. And it's crystal clear that we have this commitment to a quantifiable emission reduction goal that covers the main sectors, namely agriculture, forests, land use, energy and waste. We have to leave Sharm el-Sheikh showing solidarity and being committed to the implementation of the Paris Agreement on the new climate regime, maintaining a continuous financial engagement and commitment, particularly on the part of the largest emitting countries, so that each can do their part to ensure a healthier planet for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I'd like to reaffirm Guinea-Bissau's commitment to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and to the implementation of the goals established under the Paris Agreement on the new climate regime. This is an essential step in the fight against climate change. We also need to progressively increase our ambition and actions at a national, subnational, and collective level in our future nationally determined contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset would like to express profound gratitude and deep appreciation to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for excellent conditions in organizing our today's conference. Unprecedented droughts and floods of this year across the many parts and corners of throughout the world, and particularly in Central Asia, have once again proved that climate change remains one of the most critical global challenges. Tajikistan, with its 93% of mountainous territory, is hardly vulnerable to climate change. Natural disasters associated with this process, water-related natural disasters, annually cause hundreds of millions of dollars of damage to our national economy and in many cases cause casualties. It should be pointed out that the share of Tajikistan in the volume of greenhouse gas emissions is very small, and our country is ranked the 130th in global index, and due to the low amount of the greenhouse gas emissions, it is ranked among the countries with less effect on climate. Over 98% of electricity in Tajikistan generated from renewable resources, green energy, particularly energy we consume is generated in hydroelectric power stations, and according to this indicator, we are ranked the 6th in the world on green energy production. Meanwhile, by 2050, we intend to increase our share and implementation of the zero-waste strategy through the development of a green energy principle. The government of Tajikistan has enacted the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy to 2030 and a number of other documents facilitating Tajikistan's initiative and policy towards the green energy. Dear Mr. Chairman, water resources play a key role in the process of adaptation and resilience to climate change, as well as in mitigation of its impact. The increase in water-related natural disasters highlights the inextricable link between water resources and climate change. Today, water resources are seriously affected by climate change. We experienced the most obvious example of this development in the rapid melting of glaciers at the global level, including the glaciers of Tajikistan, which form about 60% of the water resources of Central Asia. Over the past few decades, out of 13,000 of our glaciers, we have completely lost 1,000 because of the rapid melting. And given that Tajikistan's glaciers and other water sources form 60% of Central Asia's water resources, this process will add additional challenges for the countries of the region in terms of their water consumption plans. In this context, within the framework of the Water and Climate Coalition, we proposed to declare 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Protection. At the same time, as part of our efforts to prepare for the United Nations Water Conference, which is scheduled to be held in March next year, 2023, under the co-chairmanship of Tajikistan and the Netherlands. We have proposed water and climate change as one of the main topics of the conference. At the second Dushanbe conference on water decade, we proposed draft action agenda in the field of water, which should bring together commitments and actions within the framework of the next year's water conference. And I do strongly believe that the United Nations member states and all stakeholders will support us through their active participation and contribution, solid commitment and acceleration of their actions in an implementation of these noble objective and great responsibility. I wish all of us successful result from today's conference and wish unity and solidarity on our way towards the next year United Nations Water Conference. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castejón, President of the Government of Spain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A point has been reached in history when we must shape our acts with care for their environmental consequences. Through ignorance or indifference, we can do massive, irreversible harm to the earth on which our life and well-being depends. These words are in the final statement of the first Earth Summit 50 years ago in Stockholm. And I think we should be startled at its relevance. 5 decades on, the world is still moving towards what the Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, called a climate abyss, despite the clear diagnosis we're getting from science. Ignorance or indifference was what was mentioned in the Stockholm Declaration. The former could be used perhaps sometime as an excuse. Indifference, however, will not acquit us in the court of posterity. How can you be indifferent in the face of the tragedy that we've seen in countries such as Bangladesh, with rivers bursting their banks, millions displaced? What about the distress signals coming from entire communities in the Pacific who may well disappear? How can we be indifferent in the face of the extreme heat that we've seen? Heat waves in all of Europe and my own country, Spain, cannot stand by indifferent. Disasters such as what we're seeing in the Doñana wetlands, a sanctuary of biodiversity, one of a kind. This is not acceptable, be it due to indifference or neglect. Doñana is a place where we have local pressure, but also added to that, we have the impact of extreme, unprecedented drought, the salinization of the aquifers, the changes in our coastline. Combination of all these factors threaten its very existence. Only the highest level political compromise and commitment at every level can address all these challenges. Indifference is born from a conscious decision, in other words, looking the other way, averting one's gaze, as if we were to act that way, somehow we'll be immune to the imminent disaster and the devastation caused by climate change. It's vital that we shake off this lethargy and act determinedly with resolve, and young people want this. We need to have a new internationalism of progress going beyond all our borders. To govern is basically to make choices. We have made a commitment. We have elected, we've chosen life. That's why we're supporting the mobilization of large-scale private and public resources to speed up emissions reduction. It's vital that we have international governance and guarantee appropriate funding in order to address adaptation challenges and also loss and damage. Together with Senegal today, and with the support of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, we have launched the International Alliance for Drought Resilience. Spain will be contributing €5 million for it to become operational. We've also committed €3 million for the systematic observation facility of the WMO, thus supporting a UN Secretary-General initiative. We'll also be contributing €2 million to the Santiago Network, scaling up our contribution to the Adaptation Fund with additional €20 million. In addition to that, we are working to comply with what was pledged. We'll be soon approving our international climate funding strategy. We've been the first country to contribute to the IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Trust. In short, ladies and gentlemen, actions speak louder than words. Nowadays, Spain has a coherent normative framework on the basis of which we hope to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. 30% of the state budget is devoted to combating climate change. We really are banking on renewable energies, what we call self-consumption, electrification of the transport sector, rehabilitating and ensuring better energy efficiency for our housing stock. The energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine cannot be an excuse to delay commitments, nor to break our word. On the contrary, it should be an additional motivation to speed up the ecological transition. This is what we are defending from Spain. Also, Europe has done the same. We've had to react to a shock and replace rapidly 40% of our gas supplies, but we've also restated the need to have fresh impetus for our energy transition. Dear colleagues, we need to counter ignorance and indifference with an ambitious agenda. Literally, our lives are at stake here, ours and also that of our children. We have the moral duty to do this. We will rise to this challenge and walk along this shared path alongside the rest of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Maruf Amin, Vice President of Indonesia.
Excellencies, the world is currently facing the triple planetary crisis: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. These three are interrelated and very urgent to overcome. Amidst such crisis, there is no other choice but to cooperate. Paradigm of collaboration must be put forward. Allow me to share three things. First, COP27 in Egypt must be the COP of implementation. 1 year after Glasgow, there has been no significant global progress. For this reason, COP27 must be used not only to enhance ambition, but also implementation, including the fulfillment of support from developed to developing countries. Second, we all must be part of the solution. Every country must contribute in accordance with their respective capacities, with a spirit of burden sharing instead of burden shifting. More capable countries should support and empower the other countries. Third, Indonesia continues its efforts to lead by example. 2 months ago, we have submitted enhanced nationally determined contribution, which consists of the enhanced target of Indonesia's emissions reductions to 31.89% with its own capacity and 43.20% with international support. Such increase is coherent with significant progress of our policies, including, among others, expansion of nature conservation and restoration, implementation of carbon tax, achieving Follow Net Sink 2030, development of electric vehicle environment, and initiation of biodiesel B40 program. To ensure the financing of energy transition, Indonesia has launched the country platform for energy transition mechanism. All of these national efforts needs to be complemented by clear international supports, including the establishment of an effective and equitable carbon market, investment for energy transition, and financing for climate action. As the G20 presidency, Indonesia continues to push for green recovery, as well as strong and inclusive climate action. In the future, through the ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, Indonesia will continue to pay attention on strengthening climate action. Excellencies, we must take concrete actions and strengthen collaboration based on dialogue and trust to create a better and more sustainable world. Thank you. May peace and blessings of the Almighty be upon you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Tiemoko Meliet Kone, Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Vice Presidents, Heads of Government, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, President of the COP27, it is a particular pleasure for me to address to you the greetings of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, as well as his warm wishes for success for our work. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my country, Côte d'Ivoire, has decided to scale up its climate ambitions through our new national determined contributions in order to work fully to preserve our planet. Côte d'Ivoire thus intends to reduce its GHG emissions by 30.41% by 2030 and bring the level of forest coverage, currently at 10% to 20% by 2030. In addition, we are accelerating our energy transition and have the ambition of bringing it to a point where renewable energy will be at 45% of the energy mix, notably thanks to natural gas, hydroelectric power, solar energy, and biomass. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current geopolitical situation of the world brings threats everywhere, threatening our very fight against climate change. This energy urgency should not distract us from the critical goals in the Paris agreements on the climate. And thus, I would like to reiterate the appeal of my country to ensure that commitments to fund adaptation are respected, supporting an energy transition, in particular in Africa. Our planet is suffocating day by day, more and more. We must act. We must act fast in order to invert permanently the dramatic trajectory of global warming. I thank you for your attention to these words of my President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Faisal Nassim, Vice President of Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the government and the people of Egypt for hosting COP27 in such a breathtaking location. All of us can learn from Egypt's rich history and ancient civilization about how humanity can create wonderful marvels with creativity and ingenuity. Once again, we gather here together to strengthen our commitment to climate action. The stake could not be higher. Climate change has already remade the world in ways that we could not imagine just a few years ago. We need to act decisively to fully address the climate emergency. If we look back just at the last 6 months, the floods in Pakistan have wreaked havoc, erasing years of development and causing over 1,000 deaths. Europe has experienced its worst heat wave ever. Here in the African continent, people have felt the combined effects of the Ukraine war and climate change, where 82 million people are now acutely food insecure. These effects are felt most strongly by the most vulnerable members of societies, especially women and children. In the Maldives, our lives are also affected daily by climate change because the ocean is changing. The ocean is our nation's source of nourishment and income. Each year, our fishermen need to travel further and further to find abundant fisheries. Unpredictable monsoon shifts have risen in frequency and intensity, causing storm surges and flooding that have had irreparable damage to property and livelihoods. Our coral reefs, drawing tourists from around the world, are on life support. And every single island has lost its freshwater supply, so we are dependent on technology to provide fresh water. Yet our contribution to the cause of climate change is negligible, and so is, without global solidarity, our ability to respond to these changes. We come to COP to address this injustice. Our story is not unique to the Maldives, but echoes in all seafaring nations, indeed all nations of the world. As the ocean changes, so do we. We are truly at a crossroads. We have only 86 months to halve emissions and keep the temperature increase below 1.5 degrees. Time is very short. At this COP, we expect ambitious commitments on mitigation, including more parties aggressively phasing out fossil fuels and making the just transition to renewable energy sources. A clear path towards articulating the global goal on adaptation that focuses on key transboundary issues such as water, food security, health, and biodiversity. A bold and visionary outcome on loss and damage that provides a mosaic of solutions to address a complex set of problems. To meet our collective goal of $100 billion per year in climate finance, with more than half dedicated to adaptation. To fully implement the Paris Agreement, we also need to increase ambition outside of the UNFCCC. All international financial institutions need to align their policies with the Paris Agreement. We congratulate the IMF for operationalizing the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and also congratulate Barbados for its Bridgetown agenda. The World Bank can also play an important role by relaxing its current capital restraint to increase its lending capacity, leading the way towards a decarbonized world. Excellencies, climate change is remaking the world. It's our responsibility and why we have gathered here to ensure that the remade world is equitable, just, and allows all of us to live well. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Badara A. Diouf, Vice President of Gambia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, the government and the people of the Gambia, we wish to extend our gratitude to His Excellency President Sisi and the people of Egypt and the government of Egypt for inviting the Gambia to this auspicious occasion, and also for the gratitude that is extended to the Gambian delegation. Mr. President, the Gambia is on track to meet SDG 13 on climate action. Our NDC 2 was acknowledged to be ambitious and in compliance with Article 4, Paragraph 6 and 19 of the Paris Agreement. The Gambia has also submitted its strategy for becoming climate neutral by 2050, called the Gambia Long-Term Climate Neutral Development Strategy 2050 LTS to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, available for viewing on their website. The LTS focuses on the country's 5 key greenhouse emitting sectors on both mitigation and adaptation actions, and require an estimated about $4 billion for implementation against 2050. To support the unconditional targets of our NDCs, the Gambia government has increased allocation in its national budget and also working with private sector and development partners such as the World Bank, the EU, and others to address climate change, both in the areas of adaptation, resilience, mitigation, and renewable energy. By 2025, the Gambia will have more than 30 MV solar plants to reduce the cost of buying and using fossil fuel. The Gambia, being a small and low-lying country bisected by the River Gambia, our greatest risk is the sea level rise, posing potentially a great existential risk, particularly to the capital, Banjul, which is below sea level. This year's floods and the windstorms of last year caused enormous destruction to life and livelihood and property, putting much pressure on our meager national budgets and also on achieving the SDGs. Pledges of financial support alone are not sufficient. We need practical financial commitments, easily accessible without much procedural difficulties and challenges. Like many LDCs, the Gambia's negligible contribution to global emission of greenhouse gas is less than 0.01%, but took a lead to respond to the global call for action to prepare an ambitious NDC2, meeting the Paris Agreement's temperature goal of 1.50 Celsius. This is a clear indication of the highest level of political will and commitment. We join others to call on developed countries to make good on their promise on climate financing. Developed nations that have contributed more to the accumulation of greenhouse gas emissions should take a lead responsibility to finance the climate crisis with reference to the Paris Agreement and Article 2. We now need committed actions for urgent implementation to make here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Mr. President, I would like to draw on the moral of two stories that we have. One is that there were two sets of groups of people, some of them very lean and hungry looking, with arms 2 meters long and spoons 2 meters long. The others are fat and healthy looking with arms 2 meters long and spoons 2 meters long. And the question was posed, why are you so thin? They said because they have arms 2 meters long and they could not feed. And the second group that is fat and good looking, they were asked the same question and they said they feed each other. The moral of that story is together for the implementation of climate plan that we have, we can survive and save the planet. The other is Usain Bolt ran 100 meters in 9.5. The Jamaican 400 meters team ran it in 9.2. So Usain Bolt in the Jamaican team together ran 9.2, but alone he ran 9.5. So as a team, with commitment and collaboration and determination, working together for the implementation of the Paris Agreement, it means we are on course to win the climate gold medal, and we will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Esperanza Maria e Francisco da Costa, Vice President of Angola. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies,
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me, on behalf of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, to be able to address this great summit in order to contribute effectively to identifying lasting solutions that respond to the global challenges related to climate change. Allow me to thank the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the warm welcome extended to my delegation, and also thank the Convention Secretariat for its support to the parties. In addressing the climate agenda, it leads us to reflect on the alarming climate emergency that humanity faces. The 26th Conference of the Parties held in Glasgow in 2021 reinforced the idea that the combination of synergies and the coordination of joint strategies to combat the climate crisis, which is cross-cutting, is the only way to achieve the common good and save our planet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola recognizes the fact that climate change has a negative impact on the implementation of different development plans, and because of that we approved the National Strategy for Climate Change, which establishes a vision up to 2030 aiming to promote the transition in our country to a low-carbon economy and allowing us to address the impacts of climate change. As part of this program to combat drought in the south of the country, we've implemented water storage infrastructures with the Cunene River water transfer system. It's the first of several structuring projects to combat drought, with the creation of conditions to develop agriculture, ensuring greater resilience to our communities. Angola is also aligned with the position of the African group that has been taking important initiatives with a view to honouring the commitments made during COP26. At the national level, we are committed to increasing renewable energy sources by up to 70% by 2025. As regards preservation of biodiversity, Angola has increased its conservation areas. I'd like to highlight the initiatives of Transfrontier Forest Protection of Mayombe, which integrates action plans as part of the efforts of the African Climate Initiative to preserve the Congo Basin. This is an initiative the heads of state and government of Central African countries, reaffirming its commitment and responsibility in fighting against climate change and deforestation in order to guarantee environmental protection and to avoid natural disasters. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to state that any strategy to combat climate change will not succeed if we do not strengthen international cooperation. This plays a central role in sharing knowledge and technological transfer, as well as transfer of financial resources from industrialized countries to the least developed countries. And we have to highlight Africa here, which is a continent that is the lowest polluter and suffers the most from the consequences of climate change. Therefore, I'd like to recall that last May, during the Extraordinary Humanitarian Summit and Donors Conference of the African Union, held in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, which also included the presence of the private sector, companies, partners and donors, pledges of funding were made there, budgeted at more than $100 million, aimed at combating the problems linked to climate change, as well as the humanitarian crisis in Africa. There was, however, a somewhat timid approach regarding the materialization of these promises. On the other hand, it's important to emphasize that in relation to the African continent, the creation of an early warning system and the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency are of extreme urgencies. They will make it possible to identify multiple dangers related to climate change, also to collect and share data to respond to the different problems related to climate change, including forced displacement of populations. Ladies and gentlemen, To conclude, we hope that during this summit, member states will make pragmatic commitments and coordinate their actions to limit carbon emissions by investing in alternative energy sources. That will guarantee the survival of our planet. Many thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, President El-Sisi, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, we are at a decisive moment in the fight against climate change. Over the last few months, we have experienced its dramatic effects throughout Europe, in Pakistan, in the Horn of Africa, and in many other regions of the planet. We are all called upon to make deeper and faster efforts to protect our planet, our common home. In doing so, we will have to keep people at the heart and transform accordingly, combining environmental, economic, and social sustainability. Despite a very complex international scenario, already affected by the pandemic and further disrupted by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, Italy remains strongly committed to pursuing its decarbonization pathway in full compliance with the goals of the Paris Agreement. We want to develop our energy diversification strategy in close collaboration with several African countries, with whom we have enhanced our cooperation on energy security, renewables, and youth education. This will stimulate green growth, job creation, and the development of sustainable value chains. In the EU, we plan to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, and to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest. In this perspective, Italy has recently strengthened its renewable power installed capacity and will accelerate this trend in line with the objectives of REPowerEU. We intend to pursue a just transition to support the affected communities and leave no one behind. Last year, the Italian G20 presidency reached concrete results that paved the way for the agreements in Glasgow. As a partner of the United Kingdom for COP26, we promoted the Youth for Climate event in order to involve young generations in the decision-making processes on climate change. Italy has also significantly increased its contribution to climate finance. We have almost tripled our financial commitment to $1.4 billion for the next 5 years, including 840 million euro through the new Italian Climate Fund. This is the first Italian investment platform specifically dedicated to the deployment of clean technologies and to adaptation to climate change in developing countries. We remain committed to deliver on the $100 billion pledge to support developing countries through 2025, and to define an ambitious and sustainable target thereafter. To do so, we must bring together governments, private investors, and multilateral development banks to co-share investments and risks to accelerate a just energy transition. Italy is proud to be part of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, an ambitious G7 initiative that will provide substantial financial resources and technical assistance to partner countries. Recent climate disasters, especially hydrogeological disruption to our territory, show that mitigation and adaptation are the two sides of the same coin. Italy is therefore balancing its financial support to both priorities. In 2020, 56% of our overall climate finance has devoted to adaptation measures, while the remaining 44% went towards mitigation. Fighting climate change is a common endeavor, which requires the full engagement of all countries and pragmatic cooperation among all major global actors. Unfortunately, we have to admit that this is not happening. We cannot hide the fact that the nations that are most committed to these goals risk paying a price to the advantage of those that today are mostly responsible for CO2 emissions on the planet. This is paradoxical, and measures are needed to redress these imbalances. Our efforts, otherwise, will be vain, and the very outcome of events such as the one we are attending today risks not to produce the results that history expects from all of us. As leaders, we owe this to our future generations, since our commitment to protect the environment as part of our identity is the most vivid example of the alliance between those who are here, those who were here, and those who will come after us. Italy will provide its fair share. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Your Excellency.
Exzellenzen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Russia's brutal war against Ukraine is challenging the European and international peace order in a fundamental way. Its impacts are felt globally by prices for energy and food that are shooting up. But there is another thing that this war of Russia makes very clear to us. The transition to renewable energy sources and saving fossil fuels. This is not only a necessity in forward-looking climate, economic, and environmental policy, it is also an imperative in terms of security policy. All this adds even more urgency to the pivotal task of our times, that is limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Every 1/10 of a degree less in global warming means fewer droughts and floods, fewer conflicts about resources, fewer failed harvests and less hunger, and therefore more security and prosperity for all. Our goal is firstly to reach agreement here in Sharm el-Sheikh on a robust work program for reducing emissions, a work program that includes concrete steps for reductions to close the implementation gap that is still wide open today. Only then can we make sure to reach the global peak of greenhouse gas emissions by 2025 at the latest, and almost halve emissions by 2030. Secondly, the states that are most affected by climate change but have contributed least to it rightly demand more international solidarity. We stand ready to support them even more. In the last 3 years, Germany has increased public funding for international climate financing by more than a third to reach 5.3 billion euros in 2021. For the first time, about half of that money was flowing into measures that help states to adapt to new climate conditions. Also, in the future, we are striving for a well-balanced ratio between financing for emissions reductions and climate adaptation. By 2025, we will expand our public funding for international climate financing to 6 billion euros a year. And in parallel to this, we will mobilize additional private funds. We will also support those countries hit hardest by climate change in a targeted way in dealing with loss and damage. As G7 presidency, together with the vulnerable 20, we want to establish a global shield against climate risks. For this shield and climate risk funding, Germany makes available 170 million euros. It is important to address both the climate and the biodiversity crises together. This is why we will increase our contribution to the protection of biodiversity in the framework of international climate financing to 1.5 billion euros a year by 2025. Thirdly, we are firmly committed to our national climate goals. By 2045, Germany will become climate neutral as one of the first industrialized nations, and we want to reach that goal within the European Union by 2050. We will phase out fossil fuels without any ifs and buts. There must not be an international renaissance of fossil fuels. And for Germany, I can say there won't. Yes, Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine forces us to use coal-fired power plants again for a short period of time. But we are firmly committed to phase out coal. Only a few days ago, we therefore decided to shut down some of our coal-fired power plants even earlier than had previously been planned. For us, it is clearer than ever that wind power, solar energy, and green hydrogen, that is the future. On your path to that future, Germany is offering you partnership, and that is my fourth and last point. By, for example, developing and scaling up the technologies, allowing citizens worldwide to live in prosperity without harming the climate. This goal of a worldwide cooperation in the transformation of our industries is also at the heart of an open and cooperative climate club. The G7 has laid the foundation for that. But the Climate Club is open to all who want to move forward together with us in a climate-neutral remodeling of our economies and especially our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, not less, but more speed, more ambition, more cooperation in the transition to renewable energy sources. That is the need of the hour. Our firm commitments to climate protection must, of course, be followed by robust action. We will be judged by our actions, and that is what Sharm el-Sheikh is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of Netherlands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 1.5 degrees. That was our legitimate ambition in Paris. But 7 years on, we are lagging seriously behind. The action we have taken so far has been way too little, way too late. We are far beyond the point of new ambitions and promises. We need to step up and rapidly deliver on the promises we have made. The Netherlands is taking its responsibility. My country will reduce its carbon emissions by 55 to 60% in this decade. This will not be easy, and we still have a great deal of work to make it happen. But we must do it. So we are investing significantly in renewable energy resources, such as hydrogen and offshore wind, both at home and abroad. And at the same time, we are helping others. Vulnerable countries are rightly concerned about loss and damage caused by other countries' emissions. That's certainly the reality for our African friends and partners. To them I say, I hear your call for greater solidarity. The African continent is on the front line of a climate emergency it did not create. An emergency that has fueled food insecurity this year, made even worse by Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. For the sake of Africa and for the whole world, we need to do more to deal with the lasting effects of climate change. Those effects can't be undone, even with our best efforts. To boost our resilience, we need to adapt now. Of course, all this requires money. So the Netherlands will increase its annual contribution to the $100 billion pledge to 1.8 billion euros by 2025. And as part of this increase, we will double our public finance for climate adaptation, including 100 million euros for the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Programme. All this money needs to go to those hit hardest by climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of the Netherlands consists of a low-lying delta country on the North Sea and several small island states in the Caribbean. We know from long experience that water, whether too much, too little or too polluted, is the factor linking the great challenges of our time. What's more, 90% of all climate disasters manifest themselves through water, via flooding, drought or pollution. That's why the UN 2023 Water Conference next March is so important. This conference, which we are co-hosting with Tajikistan, will be all about water action. I urge you all to be there. And I urge you to deliver on every climate action promise you have made. I urge you to amplify the voices of women and young people worldwide, because they are still underrepresented when it comes to decision-making on climate change. We still have a long way to go. But I promise you this, you can count on the Netherlands, just as we are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear Secretary General, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by reaffirming Kazakhstan's solid and continued commitment to the goals and objectives of the Paris Agreement. As you know, our country has set out the ambitious target of achieving net zero by 2060. As part of this, we are planning to adopt our first ever low-carbon development strategy by the end of this year. This will mark a historic moment, the first time a country in Central Asia has laid out such an ambitious document. This strategy will update our nationally determined contributions. In it, we will pledge to achieve an unconditional 15% reduction of our carbon emissions by 2030. We have also set a conditional target of 25% that relies on the possibility of additional support from international partners. Currently, green energy represents 3% of Kazakhstan's total energy supply. We have set a target of increasing our renewable energy supply to 15%. That is at least 7 additional gigawatts by 2030. Kazakhstan has the potential to be a global green energy powerhouse. Therefore, we are ready to act as a regional hub for renewables and to drive Central Asia's green transition. Green hydrogen will play a key role in this transition. International experts believe that our country can become one of the 10 largest hydrogen exporters. In addition, Kazakhstan has a unique role to play in the global energy transition thanks to its significant reserves of critical raw materials and elements. Our country holds more than 60 major deposits of precious and non-ferrous metals. We stand ready to offer these critical resources for exploration and development. As well as investing in the future of the energy transition, we are also taking urgent action to mitigate our carbon emissions. Underpinning this effort, the national emissions trading system has already proved to be an effective mechanism for stimulating innovations in both emissions reduction and energy efficiency. Separately, I would like to mention the importance of technological modernization. There is a critical need to leverage knowledge sharing and technology transfer, including within the Paris Agreement. Therefore, we are developing a framework which will help Kazakhstan to adopt the best available practices from around the world in green technologies. At the same time, we are devoting special attention to stimulating green investment. We are prepared to use the Astana International Financial Center as a unique regional investment hub for green finance. Dear participants, today, the temperature in Central Asia is increasing twice as fast as the global average. To meet the urgent demands created by rapid global warming, we have significant adaptation efforts underway within our new environmental code. The focus is on the 4 most vulnerable sectors: water, agriculture, forestry, and disaster risk reduction. Last year, we joined the Declaration on Forests and Land Use and the commitment to education and youth involvement. We are also on track to meet our ambitious target of planting 2 billion trees by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like once again to highlight the scale of the unprecedented challenges we face. In this regard, we require bold solutions and development models that are fair, equitable, and sustainable. Kazakhstan is ready to collaborate with all international partners across the entire climate agenda. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Alikhan Smilov, Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, for his statement, and I apologize for the mistake in the announcement. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Egypt for hosting us here on the African continent, where many of the impacts of climate change are felt most dramatically. While all of us suffer the consequences of climate change, it is the poorest and most vulnerable who suffer the most. I assure you that we are determined to find joint solutions. The science is clear. If we do not act now, this is only a preview of what is to come. This is the critical decade. Each year and each action count. Climate change is the biggest global security challenge we face. However, ongoing wars and violence in different parts of the world are magnifying its impacts. Also in Europe, we are witnessing grave violations of international law and the UN Charter, which undermine international security and stability and erode our capacity to work together to find solutions to persisting global problems. Russia's attack on Ukraine is a serious breach of the UN Nation Charter. Russia's illegal war affects not only Ukraine, but also the entire rule-based international order, right when we should be acting together against the great challenges of our times. It is Russia's war of aggression that has caused the global food and energy crisis. Now more than ever, we need multilateralism to take quick and effective action against climate change and to assure food and energy security. A green energy transition away from fossil fuels is not only an answer to climate change, but also to energy security. We must make sure this transition happens in a just way, creating new jobs and better opportunities for people everywhere. I also want to stress that we cannot implement the goals of the Paris Agreement without a joint effort from both public and private finance. Therefore, this issue too deserves its place on the agenda. My own country, Finland, has set one of the most ambitious climate targets in the world. We aim to be carbon neutral by 2035. We have put our climate target into law. A new Sami Climate Council has set up at an initiative of the Sami Parliament to contribute traditional knowledge to the preparation of climate policy and measures. Finland has also been vocal in involving women and youth in climate policy making. It is crucial that all groups, including people with disabilities, are able to participate equally in the international climate fora. Finland and the European Union are doing their part to deliver climate finance. Finland is particularly doubling its climate finance for developing countries and taking concrete steps as part of the Champion Group on Adaptation Finance to double the share of global adaptation financing. As a co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, we have promoted the integration of finance and biodiversity action into national budgeting. Mr. President, we all agree that what we need to do now is implementation. The longer we wait, the more it will cost. So let us ensure together that this COP is one that delivers real progress in all areas. A COP that keeps the 1.5-degree target alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, this brings us to the end of our national statements for today. We will continue with the delivery of national statements tomorrow at 10:30 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP and the CMA adjourned.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairwoman of the Republican Party of Arizona, Dr. Kelly Ward.
Hello, 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 Arizona Patriots, hello! Oh my gosh, it is so great to be, thank you very much. Arizona's the tip of the spear, yes? We are the people that are going to save this nation. We are the people with the flagship America First team across the board. From U.S. Senate to Governor to Attorney General to Secretary of State to Superintendent of Public Instruction to Treasurer to Legislature to all the way down to school boards where we are going to save our kids. All the way, everywhere. We are, we're on the verge of it, people. I can't believe that it's tomorrow. Who's voting tomorrow? All right, okay. Now, for all of you very enthusiastic, amazing patriots, you have to make a commitment that come hell or high water, you are going to vote. And we saw President Trump face hell and high water just yesterday in Miami when he refused to take shelter from a storm. He said, we're not letting a little rain turn us away. So here in Arizona, don't let our great weather turn you away from the polling places. Take yourself, take your chair, take your food, take your neighbor, take somebody you just meet at Walmart that happens to want to vote America First, bring them, and let's get this job done tomorrow. Let's put it to bed. Let's put these Democrat policies, these crazy ideas that they have, that our borders should be wide open, that gas should cost $5 or $6 a gallon, that our kids should be indoctrinated rather than educated. We're going to put it to bed tomorrow. Yes? We expect that our elections departments, that's the nice way I put it with Stephen Richer and his gang, our election departments are going to be prepared tomorrow for the massive, historic, amazing amount of people that are going to turn out. But if they're not prepared, if they have polls that don't open, or they open late, or they close a location, or they don't have enough toner for their printers, or they don't have enough paper from Staples or wherever they decide to get it, if they run out of ballots, you are going to keep your patriotic heart in that facility until you cast your vote. Yes? Yes. We got Tom Horn right here. Come up, Tom. Say a couple. Tom is going to save our schools. Go ahead, Tom.
When Kerry Lake becomes governor and I become superintendent of schools and the other Republicans are all elected, we're going to get critical race theory out of our schools. And then we're going to get social emotional learning out of our schools so we can focus on academics. And then we're going to get bilingual education out of our schools so we can teach these kids English. Under the current superintendent, the test scores have gone into the bottom of the well. We're going to get rid of all these distractions. We're going to focus on academics, and we're going to get the test scores up so that our kids can do well in the economy. And we are going to administer in a friendly way the universal vouchers so we have total parent choice. We're going to empower parents. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Vote Tom Horn, because that's the first stop on saving our country. That is for sure. So I know we've got a lot of great people here to talk with you and to rev you up and to make sure you're ready. Not just to wait for the red wave, but to be the red wave. You are the red wave. Hey, fake news in the back. The red wave is here. It's across this entire state. It's where I live in Lake Havasu City. It goes all the way down to Tucson. And of course, it is here in Maricopa County. And we've got people that are here that are keeping that engine going. We are very, very blessed here in Arizona to have a great guest coming in next to talk to you. Somebody that's been a patriot, who's been fighting for the America First message and the policies that make this country great for a very long time. Without further ado, welcome Ambassador Rick Grenell. Saddle up your horses. Saddle up your horses. Oh, saddle up your horses. Come on, get ready to ride. Saddle up your horses. We got a trail to lay.
Let's go, Phoenix! Wow, what a great crowd. We're right near the end. Let me just say this. We have a whole bunch of candidates that have spent the last year giving of their lives. And let me also say their families have been giving of their lives. They have gone, like Carrie Lake always says, to the interview. They've been interviewing for more than a year. It's now up to you. It is now time for you to do the hiring. It's time for you all to make sure that you go and say, who do you want for governor? Who do you want for attorney general? Who do you want for U.S. Senate? Who do you want for Secretary of State? The power is in your hands. And you know, Ronald Reagan told us that every generation has to fight for their freedom. He told us that a while ago. And most people thought, well, that meant the veterans have to sign up to defend us. How many veterans do we have here? Take a stand if you're a veteran. Stand up. Stand up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for making America the greatest country in the history of the world. But now is the time for every single person to do your part. I'm a pretty positive person. If you know me, I'm always glass half full. And I like a good joke. But we're not joking around anymore. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we are at the point where we have to get serious. If you would have told me that we were going to have a Supreme Court justice who didn't know the difference between a man and a woman, I would say that's impossible to happen in America. Impossible. But we literally have a Supreme Court justice voted on by Mark Kelly that doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman. It has nothing to do with being gay. This has everything to do with common sense. If you don't know what the difference between a man and a woman is, you don't know the difference between right and wrong, a good budget and a bad budget, a good program and a bad program, a good worker and a bad worker. Shame on Mark Kelly. That's embarrassing. And guess what? Mark Kelly doesn't believe that. He's beholden to the far left. Everybody knows the Democratic Party has become far left. It's now up to you all. And I'm going to ask you to do the most patriotic thing ever, which is go into that voting booth and hire who you want. You got to take people with you. It's going to be long lines. We already know a bunch of Democrats have already voted. Republicans power through and vote on Election Day. Do not let them tell you the line is too long and you have a doctor's appointment so you can't go. Don't give up. Bring water. Bring your friends. Make it a party. And make sure you do not get out of line no matter what they tell you, no matter if they say, I ran out of ballots, we got a broken faucet, there's a leak somewhere, we all got to evacuate. Don't evacuate. Don't go anywhere until you vote. I want to thank you for doing the hiring. You got a job to do. Tomorrow's the day. Let's go.
right, yeah. Nice hat. This is what it looks like when God's people show up to change the trajectory of a nation. All right, we're like, I've lost track of the time, but I think we're like, 36 hours? Yeah. Yeah, and then we've got the hour time change that we stay the same and everybody else changes time. It's still the same time, but what are we, 36 hours away from having a decision? Right. So I've got some bad news, I got some good news, and I got some great news. I'm going to start off with the bad news. That is that the Democrats are spending us into oblivion, but they're outspending me 15-1. Here's the good news. Message over money. That's what happens. So right now, OH Predictive has us up like 1.5 points. But here's what's become great political sport. Very few people actually answer the polls honestly about how they feel. Of course, when we ask them why, they said, well, with Molly Ball's article in Time magazine, calling out the fact that big government, big tech, big labor, and big business all colluded together to change the laws and to, they said, and then you add to the mix 87,000 new IRS agents? What kind of idiot would answer a poll question truthfully? Because the next thing, they really do believe, and this isn't something that we propagate. I mean, it's not a far leap for people to think this. You have an IRS agent knocking on your door because you answered a poll question with some Democrat poll the wrong way? Is that what we've devolved into? That sounds an awful lot like a democracy, and thank God we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. So, note to the media, when you use the word democracy, you undercut your credibility with the American people. So here's the good news. We are polling ahead. Here's the great news. This whole thing is going to be over tomorrow night. Now, let me give you just a glimpse of what the Mark Finchem Secretary of State administration is going to look like. We will hold people accountable to just follow the law. Hard stop. Now, people have asked me, why are people so afraid of you? Well, why is it that the power cartel, Republicans and Democrats, longtime occupiers of office and kingmakers, why are they so afraid of you? Well, let's see, just follow the law. The logical question or answer to that question would be perhaps they're just not following the law. So, I will tell you that if we were to have somebody who attempted to send out 200,000 ballots illegally to the voters, Adrian Fontes, in 2020, and was rebuked by the courts for doing something outside of the law, even Katie basement dweller Hobbs stepped in to stop him. But here's the travesty. Y'all paid $2.50 per ballot for 200,000 ballots that were illegal from the start and could never be used. Do you really want to reinforce that kind of behavior by giving a guy who failed 2 elections in Maricopa County, Adrian Fontes, who was fired by voters 2 years ago, do you want to give him a promotion to be over all 15 counties? I think not. So you have a choice. You can choose somebody who's dedicated his life to holding people accountable to just follow the law. Many of you know, 18 of my 21 years with the DPS department in Kalamazoo, Michigan, I was a law enforcement officer, police officer. When I worked for a certain software company who would probably cringe at me saying their name because of their wokeness, I spent 7 years developing their customer-facing fraud countermeasures program, holding people accountable to just follow the law. So I have a long history of that, and that's what I aim to do. Unlike, as Lori Roberts put it, September 2020, Adrian Fontes has a habit of making up the law as he goes. This will not end well. I assure you, you do not want a guy, number 2 in line, to the executive leadership of this state who represented cartels in Fast and Furious, represented a woman who was attempting to acquire a Stinger missile, arguably to take down Arizona law enforcement aircraft. Do you really want that individual sitting in the governor's seat? Because in Arizona, in case you don't know, the Secretary of State is the de facto lieutenant governor for the time being. Now, if that doesn't scare you, nothing will. But here's one of the things that I rest assured in. We've put together a great team. And for me to do my job as your next Secretary of State, holding people accountable to just follow the law, you are going to have to elect an Attorney General who will work with me to see to it that that happens. And that's why I have endorsed Abe Hamadeh for our next Attorney General. Thank you very much. Now let's go win this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next Attorney General of the great state of Arizona, Abe Hamadeh.
Arizona, you fired up? We have 24 hours to save our state, don't we? And are we going to save it? I know we are, because we got a great slate of candidates. Honestly, look at all around us. I mean, this is once in a generation opportunity what we're about to pull off. Don't you feel it in your gut? For too long, we've sat back as we watched our country turn into a place we no longer recognize. And in 2 years, we've witnessed what the Democrats have done to us. They opened our secure border, and 250,000 people come across every single month. But it's not just the illegal immigrants coming across. It's also the fentanyl that's pouring in and poisoning our children and our communities. But it's not just the border either. Look what they've done to our streets. They unleashed criminals on our streets instead of putting them behind bars and jail. Every single policy that Democrats have implemented has led to misery and chaos. And you see the media back there. You see all of them. Take a good look at them. They claim they are the guardians of democracy. All the veterans in this room, please stand up. Please stand up. These are the guardians of our republic and our country. Thank you. The media has become the propaganda arm of the Democratic Party. And that's why they're so afraid of Arizona. Because they know we're not playing by their rules. We're telling it like it is. And if you're seeing what's going on, everywhere across the country, people are waking up. I mean, how quickly has this happened? I never knew that, suddenly gender was a thing that we talked about. What gender pronouns? I mean, how did this come about? They've infiltrated every aspect of our lives. And it's not just we're fighting big government anymore. We have to fight big tech, big business, schools even, with these school boards running. Any school board candidates running right now? Stand up, please. This is one of the most important offices. Because they're teaching a generation to hate their country. And that's why on November 8th, tomorrow, we fight back. And we're going to fight back because we have a great slate of candidates. Who's ready for Governor Kari Lake? Who's ready for Secretary of State Mark Fincham to clean up our elections? And are you ready to send Mark Kelly back to space and get Mike Masters in there? See, the other day, the fake news, the Los Angeles Times, they had a front page story of me, Kari, Blake, Mark on it. They had our smiling faces, okay? But in the title it said, authoritarianism runs through Arizona. They're calling us tyrants. They are the ones who perpetrated the shutting down of our churches, our schools, and small businesses. They are the ones who suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story. We are not tyrants. We are liberators, and we're taking our country back tomorrow. And it's because if you look at what the Democrats promote, who's heard of my opponent? Anybody's heard of my opponent? Nobody knows who she is. They don't even like talking about her. Her top 3 issues are fighting climate change, abortion, and saving so-called democracy. She wants to fight the weather. I want to fight the criminals. I want to fight the drug cartels. But we can only fight back if we get every single Republican elected. This is an easy decision. We know what they stand for. They stand for forced vaccines. They stand for an open border. They stand for criminals. It's upside down land. And why we pick on the media so much is because they're complicit in all of this. And that's why tomorrow's victory isn't just a victory for me, Mark, Blake, or Kari. It's a victory for us, we the people. So who's ready to go out and vote tomorrow? You have to grab your friends, stay in line. They're going to try to throw the book at us right now. They know what's coming. Who could tolerate 15% inflation? Look how quickly, there's a war going on in Europe. You know, we're talking about states matter so much more than ever before. I mean, look what Florida is. Who likes Florida right now with Ron DeSantis? We finally recognize that states have power and we're fighting back. And why Arizona? I mean, I'm so excited about this group of nominees. And, you know, we got Tom Horn running for superintendent here. And he's got to make sure critical race theory is out of our schools. Because look how they've divided us by race, by gender. You know, all of us who've served, we wore that uniform, right? With that American flag on our right shoulder. E pluribus unum, out of many one. You know, we all stand for liberty, truth, and justice. And look at the media. They are propagandists for the Democrats. And they play cover for them. And why I'm so excited is because we got people with a backbone finally. Don't ruin this opportunity right now. This is why it's so critical. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, stay in the polls, grab 5 of your friends, get out the vote, and let's go win really big. Thank you, Arizona. And now I've got a great honor of introducing to you a special guest all the way from Washington, D.C. and Tennessee. He's a former ambassador of Japan. He's a tough negotiator, a strong fighter, and he's fearless. Everyone, give a great Arizona welcome to Senator Bill Hagerty.
Hello, everybody. Wow, it's great to be with you here in Arizona. I want to tell you something. I've been traveling I've been on the road for 10 days now, and I'm finishing up right here with you. Because this is where the change that has to happen in the Senate is going to happen. It's going to happen right here in Arizona. You're going to elect Blake Masters to join me in the United States Senate. You know, I was in Georgia campaigning for Herschel Walker. He's going to win that race. And you know what's happening down there? You've got a situation where Joe Biden is a persona non grata in Georgia. Stacey Abrams does not want Joe Biden to come down and campaign for her. He tried to. She rejected him. Raphael Warnock, who is Herschel's opponent, is now rejected Stacey Abrams campaigning for him. They're in a tailspin, my friends. And this is happening all over the country. I was in North Carolina campaigning for Ted Budd. Ted is going to win his race. Before heading out west, I was in New Hampshire. You know, the general there has got a real chance to win that race, too. A real chance to win that race. General John Bolduc has a real chance. John Bolduc has a real chance to win that race. Yesterday, I was with Adam Laxalt. Nevada's going to turn. We're going to get that state back. But we're going to bring it home here in Nevada. This is going to make the decision. You all are going to help make that happen. You're going to put a family man, a guy whose values are just obvious from looking at him and his family together. He's a brilliant guy. He brings business experience, just the type of brain power that will not only look after the values that you hold dear, but he will help us win back the America that we know and love. It can happen. It will happen. With all of your help tomorrow, make sure you tell your friends to get out and vote. Make sure you, as Rick Grinnell said, make sure you're there, you're ready, bring your water, wait it out. They're going to make it tough for us tomorrow, but make certain that we win, and we will win big. Bring it home for us tomorrow, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now join me. This is my greatest honor today, and that is to introduce your next senator from the great state of Arizona, Blake Masters.
Thank you. Wave to everybody. Thank you. Who's ready to send Mark Kelly back to space tomorrow? We're going to do it. Could not be more important. You know, I actually think Mark Kelly is the worst United States Senator. That's a big claim, because there's a lot of competition for that title, right? Yes, he does. But we got a lot who vote with Biden. I mean, Elizabeth Warren. Usually when I say, who's the worst U.S. Senator, some people suggest Elizabeth Warren. And I say, yeah, she's pretty bad. Chuck Schumer. Ooh. I mean, this guy looks like a villain from an Ayn Rand novel, right? He looks the part. Bernie Sanders is another one people suggest, and he's real bad, right? Here's the thing, though. Mark Kelly votes just like Bernie Sanders in the United States Senate. Here's the difference between Bernie and Mark. Bernie Sanders will at least look you in the eye and tell you what he is, right? There's a shred of honesty there. He should be ashamed to admit that he's a far-left socialist, but he's not. He'll just tell you. Well, Mark Kelly votes the exact same way as Bernie Sanders, but he won't admit it, does he? No, he lies through his teeth. He's on your living room TV screens for the past 6 months pretending to be a center-right Republican, right? He says, I stand up to Joe Biden. I'm like, really? Really, Mark? When? That would be nice. I wish he had. Of course, he hasn't. He is just a rubber stamp vote for Joe Biden's failed agenda. You look at what Biden and Mark Kelly are doing, and it's like, man, are they that incompetent? Or are they trying to destroy the country? I think it's both. I really think it's both, which is the worst spot. It's the worst possible combination. They opened up our border. They destroyed our border security. 2 years ago, you had a secure border. Fast forward 2 years, it is a mess. What happened? Joe Biden happened. Mark Kelly happened, right? They canceled the border wall. That was the first thing that Biden signed. Halting construction of our border wall. Why would you do that? They've partnered with the cartel to traffic more than 4.5 million human beings into our country in the last 20 months. And I think, okay, they're incompetent, right? But I think they're clever enough. Maybe this is giving them too much credit, but I think they're clever enough to know you're going to cause a crisis if you throw the border wide open in this, the greatest country in the history of the world, and you invite the whole world to come here. People are going to, especially if you tell illegal aliens, hey, not only will we not deport you, but here's an incentive. We're going to encourage you to break the law. Here's cash, cell phones, bus tickets to Phoenix Sky Harbor, where they've been running midnight flights
ferrying illegal aliens all throughout the country, wherever they want to go, except Martha's Vineyard. No, don't go to Martha's Vineyard. The media, they called Governor DeSantis a human trafficker for sending 50 people to Martha's Vineyard one time. Biden and Mark Kelly have trafficked more than 4.5 million human beings into this country. And Yuma doesn't get 50 one time, they get 50 every hour. 50 every hour. 1,000 illegal immigrants cross the border in the Yuma sector every single day. 300,000 illegals come in every month, 4.5 million so far. And it's not just the people, it's the fentanyl. It's the fentanyl. Mark Kelly's been radio silent on fentanyl while we've lost 2,000 young people in Arizona in the last 12 months. Terrorists are coming in, and those are the ones dumb enough to get caught, right? What about the ones that didn't get caught? I mean, this is a disaster. I wish it were the only disaster that the Democrats have delivered, of course. They've also destroyed the economy. And here again, I don't want to be, I don't think that Biden or Mark Kelly could ever competently steward a healthy economy. No, I don't think they have it in them. But what you're seeing from this White House policy that Mark Kelly is just rubber stamping, to me it looks intentional. It's like, what are these, what's the second thing that Biden canceled right after the border wall? The pipeline. Why would you do that? What do these geniuses think was going to happen to the price of energy when you declare war on American energy? You declare war on oil and gas in a country that's still mostly powered by oil and gas. You think you might make the price of gas go up? Yes. Again, either they're so incompetent and they didn't expect that to happen, which yikes, we got to get these people out of office. Or no, I think they're a little bit more clever than that. They knew they were going to take your gasoline from $2 to $6. They just didn't care. You give Mark Kelly any more time in office to rubber stamp Joe Biden's agenda, soon gas will be $8, $10, $12 a gallon. And Pete Buttigieg, is he back from paternity leave yet? Not sure if he's back in the office yet. But if he is, as soon as he gets back, he'll say $12 a gallon, good, because you should be driving an electric car. That's what they think of us. But here's the problem. When they made energy artificially expensive, they made absolutely everything expensive, right? They caused massive inflation because everything you need to live takes energy to make and to move. That's fully half the inflation right there. That's the left hook. Well, then boom, what was the right hook? The supply chain's a disaster, but I have in mind the money printing. Again, these geniuses, they printed and spent $6 trillion in the last 20 months. Mark Kelly doesn't understand how that causes inflation, by the way. Mark Kelly's official explanation for inflation is we see all the greedy businessmen, they get together. A smoke-filled room. All the corporations, they decide to raise prices at the same time. It's capitalism's fault. And again, either Mark Kelly is so dull that he actually thinks that's what's happening, or give him some credit, I think he's more clever than that. He knows he's pushing a lie. Mark Kelly pretends not to understand. I'll tell you, these boys understand it perfectly well. Normal people understand when the government prints $1 trillion, it's going to devalue every dollar in your wallet. It's going to make prices at the pump, at the grocery store, rent prices just go to the moon. But don't worry, the Dems have a plan for this. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act. It's all good. They called it that, so of course it's going to bring inflation down. It's always the opposite. Did Obama's Affordable Health Care Act make your health care affordable? Be wary if the Democrats introduce a bill called the Puppies and Rainbows and Unicorns Act, because there's something evil in that bill. It's always the opposite. But it seems like they're just trying to destroy everything that we hold dear. Look at our fundamental freedoms. Look at what Fauci did to us. We're never going to forget that. I think that Fauci deserves to see the inside of a prison cell. We're going to investigate and get to the bottom of that. I think you look at Joe Biden, you look at General Milley, you look at Secretary Austin, seems like they're trying to do everything they can to hurt our military as well. Shame on Joe Biden and Mark Kelly for not standing up. They weeded out so many amazing warfighters from our armed forces, young, healthy people who the science never suggested should get this COVID vaccine, should be forced on them. And so I think that all of our brave men and women who are willing to stick their necks out for our country, who put on the cloth of the nation, but were shamefully forced out by this vaccine mandate, I think they should be offered their jobs back with back pay. It's kind of the least we could do. Thank you. Yeah, let's see if all you journalists in the back, go ask Mark Kelly. Go ask Mark Kelly if he has their back. He never does. He never does. And look, I'm sorry, I feel myself being depressing up here. But I'm just being honest, right? We know in our bones this is a save the country election. We're in a tough spot. I knew Biden-Harris was going to be bad. You knew it was going to be bad. I got to say, they've exceeded expectations, haven't they? So here's the depressing thing. If we don't play our cards right, if we don't get the right Republicans in office literally tomorrow, I think we will. I think we will. We're possibly one day away from losing this country, but let me agree with you. I think we're one day away from taking this country back. What do you think? Thank you. And we have you to thank for it. The media has been pushing this narrative. Oh, the red wave is dead. The red wave has got no. The red wave looks very healthy and alive to me. Okay, and it's not an abstraction. It's you. You are the tip of the spear here, our grassroots army in Arizona. We are not going to let the left destroy this country, not on our watch. So you got to show up to the. Who's already voted? Pretty healthy. Who's excited to go vote in person tomorrow? We got to stay in line, bring food, bring water. It should be festive. It should be celebratory. Tomorrow's the day we take our country back. We are going to send Mark Fincham in to be your next Secretary of State. He's going to be awesome. We're going to send Abe Hamadeh. How excited are you for Abe Hamadeh as AG? I see some Carrie Lake t-shirts. Carrie Lake, your next governor? She's incredible. I'm always going to fight for you and for Arizona families. Here in Arizona, we do. Have you heard the left say lately that democracy is on the ballot? Democracy. You got to remind these people, we actually live in a constitutional republic, don't we? Now, it's true we have a big election coming up tomorrow, and choice is important. We have a choice to make. I tell people, if you like the wide open southern border, if you love the illegal immigration, you like having to check your kids' Halloween candy for fentanyl, if you like paying too much for gas and groceries, if you like the fact that homicide in Maricopa County is up 50% since Joe Biden took over, if you like left-wing bureaucrats and teachers union creatures teaching our kids to be confused about whether they're boys or girls, I don't know what's wrong with you, yikes. But there's a U.S. Senate candidate with an agenda you'll love. His name's Mark Kelly. Or, if you think you and your family deserve better, and Lord knows I do, let's retire Mark Kelly, get me into the U.S. Senate. I will go give Senator Hagerty some backup. I will always fight for you and for Arizona families. We do it for these guys and for your kids and grandkids too. And you know, now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you someone else who will always fight for our kids, who will always put Arizona and America first, who's always going to look out for you and your family. She's become a good friend. She's taking Arizona by storm. She's taking this whole country by storm. She's going to be the best governor in all of these great 50 states. Your next governor, Carrie Lake.
Can you feel it? Something is going on in Arizona. This is so incredible. Here we are in, it's Monday, not just any Monday, it's election eve. And we've all stepped away from whatever we were doing to have fun in this gorgeous weather, and we're sitting here listening to politicians. That's how much we care about this state, right? I never thought I would be standing here. You know, I walked away from my job. Many of you remember me from my days on TV, right? And I stepped away from that when I realized that it was all propaganda, and I wasn't willing to push that. And the ratings have been going down the tubes ever since. But I'll tell you what, I would have never envisioned myself 524 days ago, I swear I'm not counting, when we threw our hat into the ring of politics, that we would be standing here on the verge of doing something historic in Arizona. We have a movement, guys. This is a movement. It's not a campaign. It's a movement of patriotic Arizonans who are sick of the crap, right? Can I say that in a church? I'm sorry, God. Sorry. Get the curse jar. I'm going to put $1 in it right now. But what we have upon us is moms and dads who finally said, look, we're busy. Like, look at Blake. He's busy raising 3 beautiful boys, he and his wife. And they look up from that, and the world's going to, you know what, in a handbasket. And they go, I guess we got to get involved and save the world on top of it. And so that's what's happening. Moms and dads are getting involved. I call them mama bears. Do we have any mama bears in this crowd? Any papa bears? Any just single people who are fed up as well? All right. This is what's happening. When we, the people, finally raise our heads up and say, wait a minute, we're not letting this country go. And we're going to start by saving Arizona first, right? So I have a question. How many of you, say, 3 or 4 years ago, would you found yourself on a Monday at, middle of the afternoon doing politics? Raise your hand. All right, Rob would have. That's why he's running. One person said they would have, maybe 2. That tells you what kind of a movement we have. People who've never been involved in politics are now involved. They are off the sideline. They are in the game, as my football coach dad would have said. We are in the game, and we are with seconds left on the clock. 24/7. We've got 24 seconds left on the clock? Okay, maybe. We've done all the work. We've done all the work. Wendy's been out there working. Roxana, Rob's been out there working. Everybody running has been working their tail off if they're Republicans. My opponent, I saw yesterday, was zip-lining. I'm like, zip? I can't even find time to eat or use the restroom. And here she is zip-lining and eating ice cream yesterday. And I'm like, she's not serious about running the state. And she wants us to give her this job. Frankly, she doesn't deserve this job. Katie Hobbs is a twice convicted racist, and the fake news won't tell you that. Did you know that? Twice convicted racist, costing the taxpayers of this great state nearly $3 million because she paid women of color $30,000 less than she paid men for doing the same job. And they accuse us of being racist. I'll tell you what, we don't want that. We cannot go backwards and put someone like her in the governor's office. It would be an absolute disaster. If she's not willing to work hard, then she can't have this job. And that's what I think. I grew up in the Midwest, and we had to work hard for everything we wanted. I'm the youngest of 9. If we wanted something, we had to work for it. If we wanted shampoo, we had to work for it. If we wanted toothpaste, we had to work for it. This is what we need right now, workers, people ready to get in there, get the job done with some common sense. And you know what I'm going to do. You've been watching, you've been following this campaign, right? Day 1, we're going to call it what it is, issue an invasion on our border. That's right. And we're going to take the materials that are sitting there in the desert that we, the people, paid for, and we're going to take them back and finish President Trump's wall. We have no choice, guys. We've got a fentanyl crisis going on. We're not even known as the Grand Canyon state. Right now, they're thinking that we're the fentanyl state. I don't want to be known as the fentanyl pipeline state. And so we've got to challenge and take on these cartels. Joe Biden, on day 1, in the first 10 minutes, pulled back a policy at the border that was keeping us safe. And ever since then, it's been complete havoc on our border. We need a strong governor to take back our border. And you're going to get that with me. I guarantee it. That's right. And, they want us to forget what happened in 2020 when our streets were being torn up, our businesses were on fire, and they said, oh, that's peaceful protesting, as they were destroying our cities. At the same time, they were not allowing us to stand closer than 6 feet together. They were masking our beautiful children. This is outrageous. We're not going to forget what they did to us during COVID. When they just destroyed our cities, when they destroyed our businesses, when they shut our churches down. We will not forget that. And Governor Kari Lake, I will never shut your business down. I won't shut your churches down. And I will not ever mask you up again. Because you know what? I'd never do that. But I think we've all grown and learned, and we will never do that anyway. Right? Heck no, we're not going back. We're not going to have them. We will not comply with that kind of tyranny, never again. And so, as I talk about it, and I brought up, you know, our children, and this is really why I'm in it. I have 2 children of my own. They're not little kids anymore. They're 18 and 19, but I want them to have the opportunities that we had. Arizona has been such a great place. So many of us came here from other states for an opportunity, such as myself. Some of us grew up here. And it's an amazing state. We want to have those same opportunities for our kids. And at the rate things are going, if Katie Hobbs gets anywhere near the governor's office, we're going to look a lot like California, and it's not going to be pretty. This is why I have a homeless policy, that we're going to tackle the chronic street homelessness on our streets. God did not envision any one of us living on the street with a needle in our arm. We're going to lift these people up. We're going to get them help. We're going to use something called tough love, because sometimes you need to give a little tough love and encouragement to get that help. But we're no longer going to allow people to live on the streets, use drugs, and cause problems, right? We want to have safe and secure streets. What we've been doing is enabling the problem, and it's hurting our quality of life. And I'll tell you what, the good people of Arizona who pay their taxes want their streets and parks back, and we're going to deliver that for them. And then, being a mama bear, I am also dating myself a bit here. And some of you who are older, such as myself and even older than me, will remember when we used to do this in high school. We're going to go back to dual track education. That means after 10th grade, yep, someone's like, yes, I am old, just like you. After 10th grade, we're going to let kids decide if they want to go to that college track, that's great, go for it. Or if they want to get trade skill training, vocational training, and career certification in high school, to take on those high-paying jobs that are out there. Now, here's what my opponent wants to do. Here's her education plan. She actually put her name on this. At the same time she was voting against a border wall, against a virtual border wall, and against funding our border task force to save us and help us at the border, she was sponsoring legislation to begin sex education in kindergarten. It's terrible. And this is what it's about, guys. They're really going after our kids. We all care about the economy, and we're going to help with the economy. We're going to bring down and get rid of the taxes that you're paying for rent and taxes you're paying for groceries. But when it comes down to it, we care most about our kids. We have got to get these groomers out of the school. What they're teaching our kids is wrong. It's terrible. We're going to do things to make our streets safer, but we're also going to protect our kids in school. No more indoctrination. We want a real education for our kids. I know we do. We think of these precious little innocent babies. We send them off to school, and then we find out that they're taking their impressionable minds and filling it with complete nonsense, telling our boys that they can be girls and girls they can be boys. And it is demonic, and they're trying to tell them, you know, these impressionable little ones, that they can change their gender. Then they're the ones who say that we're the science deniers? Really? Let's talk about some basic science here. There are 2 genders, guys, 2. I don't mean to, like, startle you, but there are 2 genders. And listen, I have a compassionate heart. I feel for people who are dealing with that, but do not push that on our children. And we need to stand up at this moment in history and stop it. We truly do. If we won't, who will? If we won't stand up at this moment and protect our children, who the heck will, guys? So are you willing to stand up and help protect our children? I am. I'm ready. That means we got to vote. We got to vote. We got to get this entire Republican slate in there. Vote Republican up and down that ballot. Get Tom Horn in there to help turn our education around. We got to get Abe Hamadeh in there so that we can secure our border. We've got to have Blake Masters in the U.S. Senate. Let's send Mark Kelly back into outer space. And we got to have people like Rob Scantlebury, a cop, a former cop, and Roxana Huzafel, a former cop, elected into the legislature so that we can get some common sense stuff passed. Right? So, while you're all standing, This is what I need you to do. We need to tell the fake news that we're not watching them anymore. Are you guys watching the fake news anymore? Turn around and tell them, we're not watching you guys anymore. We don't care what you say. And this is how we've been able to have this movement. Because we found out last week that we had 100% negative coverage by the fake news. This candidate had 100% negative coverage by the fake news. And congratulations, he said. And we still have a movement. That tells me that they've completely lost control of the narrative and they've lost all power. Is that a beautiful thing? Is that a beautiful thing? We need to get out and vote, guys. Tomorrow, the final piece of the puzzle. We've been working so hard. I've seen so many of these wonderful faces on the campaign trail. But I can't go out and vote for you. I guess the Democrats do that. Maybe the Democrats do. I can't go out and vote for you. You guys have to go out and vote. And tomorrow you have to vote like your life depends on it. You have to vote like your state depends on it. You have to vote like your children's lives depend on it. It does, and your grandchildren's. And our future as a republic. Tomorrow is D-Day. We got to make it happen. Go out there and vote, guys. I love you, Arizona. We're going to do it. Woo!
Satisfaction in me. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the bridal rally will be starting soon. Introducing Representative Christine Huchowski, before the United States House District.
Good evening, Broward County! Good evening, Democrats! Who here is ready for tomorrow? Who here has voted already? Who here is working the polls tomorrow? All right, I love it. So, we have an amazing lineup tonight because we have amazing talent in this Democratic Party. So thank you all for braving God's work out there, the rain, for tomorrow and being out here in Wilton Manors. But before I go to our next spot, I would like to introduce some of our elected officials who are here this evening. I would like to start with Representative Joe Geller, who's here. He's on his way in. We got a text, I swear. No, there's a Joe also who already texted us. He's on his way in. I wanted to mention him first because he's the colleague I work with. Commissioner Senator Steve Geller from Broward County Commission. Commissioner Gary Resnick from Wilton Manors. And School Board Member Donna Korn. All right, so who's bringing some people to the polls tomorrow? Who's ready to work their butts off and make sure people get to the polls and that they vote? Broward County, we need to show up. This is our time and our moment. So make sure you get out there tomorrow. We have a great lineup, and thank you all for being here tonight.
And now introducing Malcolm D. Lee, an American filmmaker known for directing numerous comedy films, including The Best Man, Undercover Brother, Roll Bounce, Welcome to Roswell Jenkins, Best Man Holiday, and Space Jam, A New Legacy.
How we doing tonight? How are we feeling tonight? Look, this is not hyperbolic when I say this, but this is obviously one of the most important elections of our lifetimes. Am I right? You can't? How's that? Okay, no, I was saying that this is not hyperbole to say this is one of the most important elections of our lifetime. Am I right? We all have made tremendous strides in this country and tremendous progress in this country to live up to the creed of freedom and justice for all. But if we don't vote in this very crucial election, all that progress is going to vanish. And a lot of damage will ensue if we do not take this very, very, very seriously. I am the father of 3 black boys, 2 in college, 1 in middle school. Almost there. I know, I thank you for being sorry. Right. I live in New York. I don't live here in Florida, but I just got New York announced. Is Brooklyn in the building? Brooklyn's in the building. So, my wife and I just got back from visiting our son this weekend, and before we even walked in our door, we made sure to go and vote early. We wanted to take advantage of an opportunity that was before us, and I'm asking everyone in this room to do the same tomorrow. Okay, and vote for Val Demings and Charlie Crist. Val Demings is a career public servant. Marco Rubio is a career politician. That's right. When he was climbing the political ladder, she was putting on a bulletproof vest and going and chasing after dangerous criminals in the alleyways, okay? She is the daughter of a maid and a janitor, and she knows the struggles that working families face. She will fight to make the American dream a reality for all of us. She'll work to lower the cost of food and gas and housing, health care, and protect our constitutional rights. And she knows how to keep our communities safe. And you know how I know? Because she's done it. Okay? When she was the first police chief of Orlando, violent crime dropped by 40%. Okay? How did she do it? By investing in communities and improving social services, not by locking people up. Okay? That's the key to bringing down crime, investing in people. Okay? Giving them hope and a purpose and a reason for being. She's a daughter of Florida. She's the daughter of a maid and a janitor who grew up in the youngest of 7 siblings. Her parents taught her to work hard, be honest, and play by the rules. Not everybody plays by the rules, as we know, right? But she's doing the right thing. First in the family to go to college, and the first to make, she is the American dream. I'll put it like that. After 27 years, and so this is what this election is about, is protecting our democracy. Okay, and democracy is an act of faith. And we know that faith without works is dead. John Lewis said, the great John Lewis, the late great John Lewis, called our right to vote precious, almost sacred. Okay, so we have a responsibility. So many people have sacrificed to protect our right to vote. People in my family, people in our own families, people who came here in search of a better life. So I'm asking you, and I know the people in this room are going to vote, but you got to get your neighbors and your friends and your family and your kids and to get out there and vote as well. Let's get out there and vote and amplify that vote. Let people know that you voted. Put it on social media. I voted. You should vote too, and let your followers know to do the same thing. On the ballot on this year is our fundamental freedoms, not just our civil rights, which are never very secure. But it's our freedom to live a good life. And I'm here today, even though I'm from New York, because I know that Florida elections are razor thin, right? We've seen it happen in 2000. We've seen it happen over the years in elections. We've got to, as Florida goes, so goes the rest of the country. So it's crucial that every Floridian who is eligible to vote cast a vote. So cast a ballot tomorrow. Get out there, make calls, knock on doors, vote, vote, vote. We're going to work, and we're going to win. If they go to tell all your people to go to iwillvote.com, the young people or whoever's on the internet, iwillvote.com, and make your plan to vote. This is your right and this is your duty if we want to live in a free democracy. So it's easy. Let's get it done. Let's bring it home. Thank you.
Introducing Representative Reed Wilson,
Inflation is bad right now. Wait until you see what's coming down Now, we are sitting thinking that we're not having a storm coming down in Florida. Guess what? Those who have not voted better wake up and see what's coming down in Florida. My people, I have been working the polls every day from 7 to 7. But guess what? I'm not tired because we're going to fight until the last minute. Those two races, they are so critical that I want you to leave here tonight to go talk to every single person that you know, whether you are at the grocery store, whether it's your church, whether it's your neighbor. I keep hearing some people say, I'm not voting. Guess what? You are digging a hole for yourself if you don't vote. I see what's going on. I'm in Tallahassee. My colleague, Christine Hunchowski, is there with me. We are seeing what's happening to our state. If you want the future of your children, your grandchildren, to be brighter, you better get out there and cast your vote. Yes, our teachers, they are not getting paid. They're not getting the respect that they deserve. And it's about time that we put education first by electing Charlie Crist. If we want our country to be better, Joe Biden is doing the best that he can to get our country on the right track. But guess what? If we want this progress to continue, we better get Bob Dylan to the Senate. I don't want to go back to Haiti, okay? And I'm not going anywhere. But guess what? If we don't get Charlie Crist elected, guess what? Either I'm going to go back to Haiti or all of us going to go back to Africa. That's exactly what's going to happen. So I'm telling you, we have a lot of work to do for that one day that we have left. Every single minute, every single second, every hour counts. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are we going to take China to the next level? Are we going to take our country to the next level? Yes, we have people fighting for us. We have Debbie Wasserman, who is fighting in D.C. But guess what? We need to send Val Demings with Debbie Wasserman back to D.C. Florida is on fire. We need to put the fire out. And we will not stop until we put the fire out. Democrats, NPA, whether you are Republican, you might not like what you see because I don't like what I see. But guess what? Together, we are going to make it happen. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you going to vote? Are you going to tell everybody to vote? All right, let's get some back and let's get challenges and Bob Demings elected. Come on, let's go. 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 Thank you. Tomorrow night, I don't want anyone to wake up on November 9th and regret the fact that you did not do something. So do everything that you can to get Bob elected and Charlie Crist. Come on, put some music on. Come on, yes, yes, yes. I want some music. Put some music on. Come on, let's dance. Oh. We are
my home. There's so much to be proud of, but this doesn't represent us.
You are pushing false narratives.
Don't say gay wants to pick a race right with Disney. A 15-week abortion ban. No exceptions for rape or incest.
I'm standing in your way.
Reprimanding high school students who raised him.
Widely expected to run for president in 2024.
It's a strange phenomenon that's happened in the age of Trump, which is that displays like that are somehow viewed as strength.
Florida, we deserve better. Somebody who actually wants this job. I've spent my whole life fighting for the people of Florida. As the grandson of immigrants, I know what it means to live the American dream. It starts by building the middle class and lifting people up. And as governor, I was proud of what we accomplished. But now, Ron DeSantis is attacking Florida. He says he's all about freedom, but only if you do what he says. He's banning a woman's right to choose, disenfranchising black voters.
It's just another attack on the black community by this governor.
For him, politics is all about power, resentment. He wins, you lose.
This campaign is right versus wrong. What is the matter with that man?
But I'm running for governor to stop and build a Florida that works for everyone.
He is the governor of the people.
I'm thinking about going from one side or another to really bring people together.
I'll tackle the affordability crisis and stand up to the special interests, create good paying jobs, protect your reproductive freedom, and build a Florida for all. We can do this together. We can stand up to the hate, and with your help, we will win in November.
Introducing Governor Charlie Crist.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. And God bless Florida. So, God bless you, Joe. You're an amazing man. We have got to get Val Demings elected to the United States Senate. And by the grace of God, we've got to get Charlie Crist elected your next governor. This is Chelsea. Chelsea's my fiance. And a new Florida voter. So when we win by one, it's her. No pressure. Listen, I'm going to thank all of you. One day to go. One more day. 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 And then we finish it. And we have a new beginning and a new day in Florida. Because, my friends, as you know, for the past 4 years, it's been a nightmare. It's been a nightmare under this governor. Taking away a woman's right to choose. Not only that, making it harder for people of color to vote. Making it harder for our teachers to teach. Not giving them raises, giving them bonuses. What about veteran teachers? They don't count? Come on. You got to do the right thing. And the only thing he does is try to make his future right. He doesn't care about ours. And it's heartbreaking to watch. That's why I'm running for governor. I am running for governor to defeat Ron DeSantis. Oh, happy day. One day to go. You know, it's been an interesting journey. I announced for this back on May the 4th, 21. May the force be with you. And with us tomorrow. And with Val tomorrow. And with all the good people of Florida tomorrow. And you know what President Obama used to always tell us? I know you know this. When we vote, we win. It's true. How many of you voted? Raise your hand. God bless you. And as Malcolm told you, thank God you all got out there and you voted. But our work is not done yet. So today, where have we been? We started in West Palm, then we went up to St. Lucie, then we went to Fort Pierce. Now we're back here in Lourdes. As soon as we leave here, we got to leave a little early. We're flying back to Tampa. We got a press conference there. Then we go to St. Petersburg and start it all again tomorrow. Never stop, never quit, never give up. Because Florida deserves better. You deserve better. Florida's children deserve better. Florida's women deserve better. Right? You know, it really comes down to one word, too. Well, Chelsea, that's true. But respect. Honest to goodness, it comes down to respect. DeSantis doesn't respect us. He sure as hell doesn't respect women and your right to make your own decisions about your own health care and your own body. That is appalling. It's appalling. I'm an only son. I was raised with 3 sisters. I got this early on as a young boy. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Be decent to each other. Be kind to each other. And respect each other. R-E-S-P-C-T. You got the song up there? I'm telling you, that really is what this is about. Some of those people, like Ron DeSantis, just don't respect other human beings. Look what he did to the Hispanics, Venezuelans in this case, taking them from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. He has no respect for humankind. None. They're all looked at, including us, as political pawns in his political game of chess. It's sickening. It's sickening. And then the other day, he puts out a video. On the 8th day, we needed a fighter. Holy God. What was that? Who does that? I don't know, but I know this. God's going to take care of that. And it's going to happen tomorrow night. It's going to happen tomorrow night. You know, this has been a great campaign, and I can't thank all of you. You're the activists. My God, you're the best. You're the best. You never stop. You never give up. You keep making the calls. You knock on the doors. We got to run through the finish line, and the tape doesn't come up till 7 p.m. tomorrow night. A little bit later if you're in the Panhandle. So let's keep working hard. Let's do what's right. Let's never give up. Let's never give in. And I guarantee you, we do that, run through this tape, Val Demings will be in the Senate, and I'll be in the governor's mansion, and the sunshine will come back out to the Sunshine State. God bless you all. God bless you, Florida. Thank you. Thank you.
I decided to speak with her just so I can know her better. And when I heard that she spent 27 years in law enforcement, I was amazed. Because 7 months ago, I just got a dog, and I'm ready to quit. Done. Now, when we talk about someone who's going to implement change, I am speaking on behalf of immigrants in this state that really matters, that make things move. The first independent black nation is in this state as well, and I feel like often we are forgotten. But when I spoke to Val, Miss Val, police chief Val, Congresswoman Val, she said, listen, I am not going to forget about the Haitians. I'm not going to forget about anyone in Florida once she gets the seat. Can we say go Val? Can we say go Val? So what I want to do is I want her to hear the chant, because y'all know she's here. It's no secret she's here. Can we give her a chant, maybe? We want Val. We want Val. We want Val. Who do you want? We want Val. Who do you want? We want Val. Who do you want? We want Val. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Success Jr. and make sure November 8th you guys go and vote. This is the most important time to vote. I know they say it every year. But then again, we don't vote every month, every 6 months, or every year. We vote every 2 years or 4 years, and these people matter. These individuals who are running, they affect our lives directly. So once again, we want, we love, we want. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. November 8th, don't forget, bright and early, I will be visiting the polls. I'll be bringing soup. Okay, maybe that's not true. I'll be bringing bread. I'll make sure everyone is there bright and early, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Florida's 12th Commissioner of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Nikki Free.
Good evening, Broward County. So I'm going to do a little bit of straight talk with you. 2018, you came through. You came through and elected the first statewide elected Democrat in almost 2 decades. You came through to make sure that every ballot was counted. And at the end of 2 long weeks of a recount, we were able to win by 6,753 votes because of Broward County. So we're going to ask Broward to do it again. And I know that we hear this every single election, that Broward County votes, the entire state goes with it. So, we know that at the end of tomorrow night, that we are going to elect Democrats here in Broward County. I'm not worried about that. But we got to do our part to make sure that we are putting our statewide back on the ballot and winning tomorrow night. And that's going to come down to Broward County. But this is a little bit different than it was in 2018 when I came here and talked to you all about what it would be like to have the first female commissioner of agriculture. And I love you all too. But this is a different time than it was 4 years ago.
We have residents all across our state who can't afford to live here, who are struggling. We're seeing such divisiveness here in the state of Florida that we have never seen before. I've crisscrossed the state for the last 4 years. And when I talk to family members, when I talk to Floridians, do you know what I hear? I hear their stories. I hear their stories that they just want to be able to get up, they want to go to work, they want to kiss their kids off to school, make sure that they get their kids safely back from school. They want to make sure that they can afford their rent. They want to make sure that they can afford the utilities bills and their property insurance. They want to be able to live up to that American dream of home ownership. This is what everyday Floridians want. And it doesn't matter if you're first generation and just came here looking for freedom from your country, or you're fourth generation in the agriculture industry. The vision of America, the vision of freedom, the vision of democracy is the same no matter who you are if you live here. But we got a problem. We have a guy who's sitting in the mansion who doesn't agree with that same vision for our country. He doesn't believe in freedom. Now, as you all know, I went to the University of Florida. Go Gators for all my Gators in the room. And he went to Harvard and Yale, so he should understand what freedom means. But let me tell you what freedom does not mean. It doesn't mean taking away my choices, what to do with my body. That is not freedom. Banning books is not freedom. Arresting 20 individuals to suppress others' votes, that is not freedom. Censoring our teachers is not freedom. Making it harder to protest is not freedom. Telling parents that they cannot give life-saving hormone treatment to their kids is not freedom. Stifling speech at our universities is not freedom. This guy believes that if you don't look like him, sound like him, love like him, pray like him, you don't belong here in the state of Florida. He actually believes that he is God. We all saw the announcement video from this week. He believes he's God. And the other guy, 2 days ago, gave him his nickname. That if the other guy is calling you self-righteous and egotistical and a big piece of, and the same guy who thought that he is the Messiah, we've got a problem. Because the only act of God that I know that's out there is a storm named Nicole. Now, on a serious note, we do know that that storm is coming. So please make sure after we vote tomorrow, we win tomorrow, that you're doing what you need to do to protect yourselves. But then we have another problem here in our state. We have a U.S. Senator who has been here for 12 years, and I don't know what he has done except tweet Bible verses. And we got to get him gone. And you know who we need to elect? We need to elect Val Demings. Somebody who is going to show up to work. Somebody who's going to protect our freedoms. Somebody who's going to fight for our democracy. Somebody who's going to make sure that our schools are safe and our streets are safe. And who's going to show up for all of us. This election is pivotal. This election is going to determine who we are as Americans, making sure that we're living up to the dreams of the forefathers to have freedom for all. your children and your grandchildren are going to ask you, what did you do in this moment? They're going to ask you, when democracy was on the line, what did you do? And we are going to tell them, we did everything that we could. Everything that we could. And that means that Broward County has to show up tomorrow. There is no option. So you all know that there's at least 5 or 10 people who are not here tonight. You all have to contact them tonight. You have to be responsible for 10 people that are not here tonight, because there is no 701 on Election Day. There is no 701. And we've got to make sure that we are going to sleep tomorrow knowing that we did everything possible to fight for democracy. Now I'm going to do one thing. And I know there's a lot of people standing. But I want, if you are able, every female that is in here either to stand or raise your hand. Or both. Now I want every guy in here who supports these women to stand. This is what democracy looks like. This is what freedom looks like. And this is how we save America, by each and every one of you. And we are not going to back down. And we are going to make sure that we are sending Val Demings to the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to end with this, because you have other people to hear from. I want to say thank you. It has been an absolute honor and pleasure to serve you the last 4 years as your Commissioner of Agriculture. I have taken the fight to DeSantis every single day, and I will never stop fighting for the people of our state. We will not back down. We will protect freedom. We will protect democracy, and we will show up tomorrow. God bless you all.
Chair of the Democratic National Committee and representative of Florida's 23rd Congressional District, Debbie Schultz.
Good evening, Broward County. Thank you all so much. What's up, Broward County? Are we going to win tomorrow? It is time to show the world what Broward County is all about. We are in the home stretch, my friends, and we're going to show them what the bluest county in Florida can do and put this state and this nation on a better track. Are you with me? Are we going to let this election go red tomorrow? No! Hell no. Our case is simple and easy. Go blue, it's better for me and you. Let me tick off the list of ways. If you want to pay less for rent and property insurance, elect Charlie Crist tomorrow, not the man who ignored high rent and property insurance rates for 4 years. You see, when Florida goes blue, it's better for me and you. Marco Rubio tried to max out inflation. Marco Rubio tried to max out inflation by refusing to cut drug prices or unclog our supply chains, while Val was busy fighting to lower health and energy costs. Again, go blue, it's better for me. Val made billionaires and big businesses pay their fair share, while Marco Rubio stuffed tax breaks in millionaires and billionaires' pockets. Rubio pockets millions from the NRA and votes against common-sense gun safety laws, while Chief Demings went to Washington and told the NRA, There's a new sheriff in town, my friends. That's what happens when Florida goes blue. It's better for me. Radical Ron supports a guns everywhere law that puts untrained and unlicensed firearms on every corner. And he'll even roll back the Parkland gun reforms that we passed and fought for. Charlie would fight that dangerous nonsense tooth and nail. Again, go blue, it's better for me. And what about your parents and grandparents? Rubio, Radical Ron, and the reckless Republicans will ransack critical lifelines and defend them to their last breath. You see, we have to go blue because it's better for me. What about having the government force your mom, your auntie, your daughter, your sister, your wife to bring a child into the world? That's what Radical Ron and Marco Rubio will do, and once they totally criminalize abortion, they'll go after contraception, in vitro fertilization, and marriage equality. Only extremists want that. Am I right? Yes. It is better to go blue because it's better for me and you. So in these final 24 hours, we just need to share these facts with folks who think that they have nothing to lose tomorrow, because there might be one or two of those. Just explain that if you go blue, life will be so much better. Once our coworkers, our friends, and neighbors know these facts, they will want to help us finish the job tomorrow. That's what we're going to get done tomorrow. Am I right? Yes. So text that cousin and let them know that Charlie will fight for lower rent and property insurance. Make sure all your coworkers know that Val Demings cut health care, energy, and prescription drug costs, and she will keep fighting for that every single day. Give that friend a ride to the polls so they can get a higher minimum wage or secure their student loan forgiveness. And if you have a loved one who wants to start a family someday, make sure they know that Charlie and Val will fight to ensure that it's a decision their family and doctor can make, not some local politician. Keep it simple and tell them, if you vote blue, it's better for me and you. Democrats fight for the freedoms that we all want, to get a good education, a decent job, and get ahead. We all want the freedom not to drown in bills from corrupt corporations or the fear that climate change will ruin our futures. And we all want the freedom to start a family when we want. Val and Charlie fight for those freedoms every single day. These are not the times to put truth deniers, liars, and cowards in high office. We need strong truth tellers and compassionate leaders, not bullies and blowhards. We need Val Demings and Charlie Crist. We need real leaders, ones who are not afraid to take on the NRA and Big Pharma and win because they have won. We need Val Demings and Charlie Crist. Am I right, Broward County? Now look, Broward, we have the power to win these races up and down the ballot and carry these candidates on our shoulders. I want to tell you something that I bet you don't know. As of yesterday, more Democrats have voted in Broward County than Republicans and NPAs combined. We are doing this, Broward. Doing this. That's how Broward County rolls when it comes to elections. We roll up the score. We carry these candidates on our damn shoulders. We elect presidents. We elect governors, and we elect United States senators. We can turn the tide, but only if we work together. Am I right, Broward County? I've watched it happen time and again. In these coming hours, my friends, call, text, work with your neighbors, friends. It is not time to rest. Get your colleagues, tell them to get a vote plan together. Let's send someone to Washington and Tallahassee who fights for our families, not special interests and extremists. I know you're with me, Broward County. Now let's go out and make some history. Turn Florida blue. It's better for me and you. It's better for me and you. It's better for me and you. We can do this, Broward County. Let's turn Florida blue tomorrow and carry Val and Charlie on our shoulders to victory. Thank you so much.
Democrats, the future of our nation.
think I'm going to go back out and come back in and do it all over again. Hello, Broward County! It is so good to be here with you tonight on this election day. Eve, are you ready to win? Are you ready to win? Broward, what I came to tell you tonight is this: Florida can do better. We can do better. I just want to thank the wonderful people who were here before me. Y'all help give it up for my friend, my colleague, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Thank you. To the other elected official, Representative Marie Woodson, wasn't she? You talk about having something to say to all of our elected officials. Thank you so much for what you do every day. You know, there are a lot of people in leadership positions, but that does not make them a leader. Don't just watch what they say, watch what they do. And so we thank God for Florida's real leaders. Give our elected officials a round of applause. You all know that I feel so lucky tonight because Malcolm Lee was here with you as well. Y'all give him a round of applause. And what about Success Junior? Broward County, I'm going to tell you once again, this is our last rally, and I feel I need to say this one more time. I am Val Demings. I am running for the United States Senate, and I'm running to win. I'm running to win. Broward County, you all know. You know what's at stake. You know what's at stake. See, right now, we are fighting for the very soul of our nation. We're fighting to continue to make sure that the American dream can still come true. We're fighting so that every man, every woman, every boy, and every girl, regardless of who you are, the color of your skin, where you might live, how much money you might have, your sexual orientation, sexual identity, or religion will have an opportunity to succeed. We're not running for the privileged few. We're running for all Floridians. You see, I feel like it's a good night to quote my friend and colleague, the amazing Majority Whip, James Clyburn. Let me drive it home why this race matters. You see, Jim said, we don't need to make America great again. America is great. Oh, I like that part right there. America has always been great. Jim goes on to say that is not our challenge. But the challenge is, it seems to me, how do we make the greatness of America accessible and affordable for all Americans? You see, that is the work before us, and that is why I am running for the United States Senate, and I'm running to win. Broward County, everything that you care about and everything that I care about, this daughter of a maid and a janitor. I can remember people telling me I wasn't the right color. I wasn't the right gender. My family didn't have enough money. I came from a rural part of Duval County. I remember them telling me I'd never amount to anything. I want you to think about children in Florida and children in our nation who might hear those same things every day. But look at me. They said it wouldn't be so. They said I would not make it. But I stand before you, Broward County, tonight as Orlando's 36th police chief. I stand before you tonight as a member of the United States House of Representatives. And I stand before you tonight as a candidate for the United States Senate. They said it would be so. They said it couldn't be done. But only in America is my story possible. That is why this race matters. That is why Marco needs to go. And that is why I'm running to win. I'm running to win. You see, Broward County, health care, it's on the ballot. The cost of prescription drugs, it's on the ballot. Capping the cost of insulin for Floridians, it's on the ballot. And I don't care what Marco and his enablers say, there's only one party working to lower the cost of prescription drugs and health care and hold the richest of the richest corporations accountable, and that's the Democratic Party. That's the Democratic Party. We wish they would join us. Come on and join us. Climate control, climate change. It's on the ballot. And there's only one party right now who is working to address flooding in South Florida, working to address climate change, and that's the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. Public education. It's on the ballot. I remember my mother, the maid who did not finish high school, teaching her children, 7 little children, that if we were going to make it, if we had any chance at all, it was through public education. Public education is on the ballot. And while we address and invest in public education, where the majority of Florida's children will go, we need to start paying our teachers what they are worth. Oh, let me say this part, Broward County, on this Election Day Eve, women's rights. They're on the ballot. Now, I don't care what Marco Rubio says. He changes his story time and time again. There are no alternative facts. Alternative facts are lies. Marco Rubio believes in no exceptions for abortions, including rape and incest. Now, let me say this. As a former police detective who worked in the Crimes Against Children unit, who investigated cases of rape and incest, no, it is not okay for a 10-year-old girl to be raped and have to carry the seed of her rapist. Marco Rubio needs to go. He needs to go. Look, we are not going back. going back. Too many people have worked, too many people have suffered, bled, and died for the rights that we enjoy. We're not going back. Hell no, I'm not going back. We are going to fight and fight and fight some more. Broward County, be careful. Be careful, because you might say, well, abortion is not my issue. I mean, my goodness, I don't. But look, when we send a message that discrimination of any kind is okay, ignore it now. Ignore it on somebody else's street. Before you know it, it'll be on your street. Taking away constitutional rights is not okay. Now look, we know inflation, the cost of goods and services, is on the ballot. But there's only one party. I don't care what they say. Where's their plan? There's only one party working to lower costs for everyday families and lower costs for our seniors, and that is the Democratic Party. They will say, well, my gosh, you know, what about inflation? Well, what about inflation? I stand here as the daughter of a maid and a janitor. Marco Rubio can't tell me anything about struggling to make ends meet. But guess what, Broward County? I can help to lower costs and protect your constitutional rights all at the same time. All at the same time. Guess what, Broward County? Gun violence. Mothers demand action. I know you're in the House. Gun violence is on the ballot. Now, we live in the greatest nation in the world. We've established that. Well, surely, we can stop our children from being gunned down in a classroom. And we can stop grocery shoppers from being gunned down in a grocery store. And what about a movie theater? What about a mall? What about a nightclub in Orlando? Or we can do something about gun violence if we elect people who want to do something about gun violence. Marco Rubio has had time and time again to do something about gun violence, but he has 3.3 million reasons for not wanting to do anything about gun violence. $3.3 million from the gun lobby. Broward County, we can do better than that, and we will do better than that. Voting rights is on the ballot. Now, I remember in 2020, the governor saying that, well, Florida had the best election process in the country, that it needed to be a model for other states to follow. Well, if that's the case, then why in the heck did he mess with our voting process and remove drop boxes? Why does he feel the need to limit our right to vote? Let the people vote. And you see, Broward County, that's why we can do better, and we must do better. Let's send Charlie Crist to the governor's mansion. Oh, we can do it. We have to do everything in our power to protect voting rights. And then guess what, Broward? We've got to get out and exercise our right to vote. Let the people vote. Too many people. I had the opportunity to work with the amazing Debbie and I, John Lewis, And you all know when he stepped across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, it was to guarantee voting rights for all people. John Lewis knew that he was going to be beat down that day. Matter of fact, he could have been killed that day. But he was determined to use his intellect, his voice, his feet, his passion, his courage to make sure that every person could vote. Let the people vote. Things are not perfect. We know that. They've never been perfect. We were warned. We're working to form that more perfect union. It's not perfect, but let's build the Florida that we deserve. Get out and vote. Oh, they'll tell you. Look, y'all, I'm standing here as a girl, a black girl that grew up in Duval County, poor. They'll tell you, oh, it's too hard. How are you going to do it? My God, it's not worth it. If I had listened to that, I would not be standing here now. Oh, we can do it. It's never been easy in this country. It's never been easy. Protecting people's rights, protecting women's rights is not easy. Fighting against discrimination is not easy. Protecting voting rights is not easy. Making sure that we have affordable housing is not easy. But we have to be determined to fight the people's fight. This is about the future of our state. Doggone it, and our state is worth fighting for. This is about the future of our nation. And doggone it, our nation is worth fighting for. Let's make sure the greatness of America is accessible and affordable for all Americans. Broward County, with your help. Broward County, with every person in this room. I wish I could shake the hands of every person in this room. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. With your help, I will be elected. The next your help, Broward, I will be elected the next United States Senator to represent Florida. Is it this one that was tied up?
Who stands for that? John Fetterman, right? Come on, let's go. Who isn't fired up here? Who isn't fired up? That's what this is about. We got to get across the finish line, man. This has been a long, hard fight. It's knocked on, drag out. It's not anything it's nothing new to me. I'm sure it's nothing new to a lot of you guys and gals. But you're in the Carpenter's house tonight. And you know what the Carpenters do? They bring home winners. They fight every day. We had 1,200 phone bankers here tonight making phone calls. That was just tonight alone. That's what we had here. And the last 3 months we've been doing that. But we need our U.S. Senator to be John Fetterman, a hard-working, blue-collar, fight and scrap and in the trenches, fighting for our quality of life every day. And that's what we're looking forward to tomorrow. Bring home our winners, Fetterman, Shapiro, DeLuzio, and that's going to take us to the next level. So let's do it. Let's enjoy the rally, and let's fight for what's ours. Let's take control of what we need to. Go, baby. I'm fired up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your candidate for U.S. House of Representatives, PA 18, Chris DeLuzio.
How we doing? Well, if you guys vote tomorrow, I'm going to be your congressman and John's going to be our senator. What do we think? Let's talk about Western Pennsylvania values, the ones that I learned and I know that John knows. Hard work, service, solidarity, and we're in a house of labor tonight. How about our carpenters? Yeah. Those are the values I learned growing up right here. That's why I went off to serve this country in uniform in Iraq and at sea, why I fought as a lawyer to protect our voting rights, this democracy, why I stood with the steelworkers and fought and won a union at Pitt, because this is a union town. Yeah. I'm going to work as hard as I can every day for us. I know John is going to do the same in the Senate. What I also know, the guys we're running against, they're not going to work for us. These guys don't care about us. I'm running against a corporate executive who's made millions coddling China, Saudi Arabia. John is running against a TV fraudster, snake oil salesman. I mean no offense to snake oil salesmen. I really don't. These guys are going to be yes men for the corporate jagoffs who've been ripping us off, shipping our jobs overseas, gouging all of us. And I'll tell you, I see it every day. These guys on the far right, they wrap themselves in the flag. They do not own this country. It is not patriotic to attack the union way of life. It is not patriotic to tell women, you don't get to make your own choices, threaten them with prison time. It is not patriotic to storm the Capitol with bats and pipes and beat the hell out of cops. That is not what this country is about. Now, I will tell you, I believe something different. I know John Fetterman does too. You want to bring down costs? Let's make stuff in this country. Let's bring back our manufacturing. Let's stand up to the corporations that are ripping us off. And look, I am proud in this union hall, like John, to be standing with and backed by unions, fighting for working families, not these huge corporations that are gouging all of us. No way. And look, I come to this and I talk to you about these values and why John's fighting, why I'm fighting. For me, and for John, for all of us, because we love this country. We believe deeply in America. I was willing to risk my life for this country. It is worth fighting for every single day. We got one more day to work, though. Who's going to work? Who's going to go out and vote? Because if you do, you're going to send me to Congress, we're going to send Dr. Oz back to New Jersey, and we're going to send John Fetterman to the Senate. Who's going to do it? That's it. Now, I could tell you all the great things about John. Well, I know he has the values, the character to be our senator, why he's ready to lead us. I think there's a woman you might want to hear from instead of me, who's been fighting alongside John, fighting in Braddock, fighting for this Commonwealth and this country. So I will proudly introduce our slop, the Second Lady of Pennsylvania, Miss Giselle Fetterman.
I messed up tonight. I lost another fight. I still messed up, but I'll just start again. I keep falling down. I keep on hitting the ground. But I always get up now to see what's next.
Is it this one or this one? This one? Okay. Hi, Pittsburgh. Almost 2 years ago today, John launched this campaign from our home in Braddock. COVID was still raging, but people across the country were just starting to get their vaccines, and slowly but surely, we made our way back on the trail. And now, almost 21 short, no, very, very long months later, we have crisscrossed the state many, many times. I've been home for 10 hours just this past week. But tonight I come home and sleep in my bed with all the dogs and all the kids. But crisscrossing the state, I've had the privilege to speak to thousands and thousands of Pennsylvanians, and I've met countless Fetter babies. I just saw one right on the way in. And dogs for Fetterman at every stop, and that's honestly been one of my favorite parts. Today, on the eve of Election Day, day 637 of our 638-day campaign, there is truly no place I would rather be than back here with all you yinzers. It feels so good to be home and to be home with the hometown guy. And that hometown guy is also a lot of things. He is honest, he is kind, and he has proved over the last several months that he is courageous, strong, and a needed voice for all Pennsylvanians, and I could not be more proud of him. And he's that small town mayor who shows up and deeply cares about the people he represents. Hi, Bernie. Easily distracted. He is that same lieutenant governor who has traveled to every single county multiple times just to listen and to get to know all of you. And now he is taking this fight to DC. And with stakes this high, with so much on the line, we need to elect someone who gets it, someone who cares deeply and who fights hard. Because for many Americans, healthcare is on the line. The union way of life is on the line. Kindness and decency are on the line. And as Dr. Oz, who finally told the truth for a brief moment on the debate stage, when he said he believes critical medical decisions should be made by a woman, a doctor, and local politicians, abortion rights are on the line. Our democracy is on the line as well, and that's why Michael Fanone, a former DC police officer who was brutally attacked on January 6th while protecting the U.S. Capitol, has endorsed John in this race. Because Officer Fanone, he knows there's only one candidate in this race who's going to stand up to Trump and to stand up for our democracy. Sitting this one out isn't an option. So in these last 24 hours before polls close, let's do everything we can to get John and all of us over that finish line. Whether it's knocking on a few more doors, calling a few more voters, text banking, checking in with your neighbors, even talking to that uncle you lost touch with. Let's finish this strong. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything you have done already, You've stood with us from day one as John brought home all 67 counties in the primary, something never done. Something never done before in the history of Pennsylvania. And we could not have done this without your energy, your love, and your support. And now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming my husband, your Lieutenant Governor, a stroke survivor, and the next senator from the great state and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Lawman is putting an end to my running, and I'm so far from my home. Oh, mama, I can hear you are crying, you're so scared and all alone. Hangman is coming down from the gallows, and I don't have very long.
Wow, what a crowd. Carpenters, thank you so much for opening us up for us. I am so beyond honored to have all of your support and to actually host the last event of this campaign right now. It's no accident that we stopped right here. This morning, we started in Philadelphia, went to Coatesville, Allentown, and right here with all of you tonight. It's such an honor to be here with you tonight. Thank you, all of you, for coming out on a school night, to be out here, you know, even after 9 o'clock, to be out here to cheer us on. That just means the world to me. Thank you so much. This campaign launched going on close to 2 years ago. And we are so grateful to all of you to get to this place right now. And now there's just one more thing to do, and that is to make sure you just vote tomorrow. Your friends, your family, everyone in your networks on social media, everyone, get out and vote tomorrow. Because we know that there is a stark choice about tomorrow. This campaign, my campaign, is all about here to serve Pennsylvania. You know, I started my career. I ran into a community where 90% of the population abandoned it. I started up in Braddock 21 years ago just to teach GEDs and help young people get their lives together. There's no power, there's no prestige, there's no money there. It was just what really is important and what matters. And that's what I expected to spend my career in. Career in serving. And he's just using Pennsylvania. This is an individual that has spent $27 million of his own money trying to buy this seat. And I don't think there's anyone in this room that thinks this is a seat that you can be bought. But also, and this grace, I got knocked down. Have anyone heard that I had a stroke? Yeah. Of course, if anyone hadn't heard yet, that's only because, Dr. I has never stopped reminding that. But there's a truth about that also is that I did got knocked down, but I did get back up. How many of you have ever gotten really knocked down? What about a parent? What about a grandparent? Anyone in your life? And now they had to get back up, just like I did, and that is the essence of this campaign. Anyone else ever got knocked down? Any community that was ever knocked down or that was neglected. That's what this campaign is all about as well, too. And also, another truth is that this is what recovery from a stroke looks like 5 months ago. Thank you. Sometimes I'm going to miss some words. Sometimes I'm going to mush two words together. But one thing I absolutely will always get right is making sure that we stand for the important things in Washington, D.C. And every day I feel better and better. By January, I'll be even better. But Dr. Oz will still be a fraud. He's made millions by scamming people. He sold miracle cures that I couldn't pronounce. Even before I had a stroke, I couldn't have ever done. And I call that the Oz rule. If he's on TV, he's lying. Follow the rule. Just like during his TV show and during his campaign, Dr. Oz has lied about our record on crime. One of the very things that I'm most proud of in my career and that's the reason why I ever ran for public office ever is because of gun violence and crime in Pennsylvania. We all, Braddock, especially we're all locals here, especially if you're wearing shirts that say Yins on it, we're definitely local here. There we go. Yeah. And everyone knows that gun violence was a real issue there, and I ran for mayor because 2 of my students were killed, and it was not seem very likely that I would ever be mayor, but I was, and then I was so proud to partner with the police and fund the police and work with our community. And one of the things we're most proud of is that for 5.5 years, we stopped the murders and we stopped the killing or gun violence. Dr. Oz has never done anything about crime. He's never got involved. He just might show up on his tourism and just using these photo ops from the trauma and what happens in a lot of these kind of communities. And this whole kind of campaign has really just been kind of like a joke. But it's not funny because also abortion rights are on the ballot tomorrow as well, too. Dr. Oz believes that the decision belongs with local political leaders, but, comes to go, like, I'm a local political leader. But you know what? It is not my choice. It is any choice between a woman and their doctor. You cannot stand on a stage to a stronger opponent to abortion rights than Doug Mastriano, and you both stood together on the stage. All in their rally, you know, just a couple days, I was on a stage with two presidents. And also our next governor, Josh Shapiro. And how refreshing to have a ticket 100% sedition free. On the other side, it's not a bug, it's a feature. All that kind of conspiracy. So, I think it's also really critical that our next senator really understands inflation. Inflation is a tax on working people. You can't fight inflation if you don't understand it, and you certainly experience it yourself. Somebody that has 10 gigantic mansions doesn't have any idea what any of these really cost or what that really can feel like. So it's critical that we must push back against corporate greed. Inflation hurts all of us, but why does that leave for wrecking profits for corporate America? We must push back against that kind of price gouging. We also have to make sure that we start insisting on making more and more and more right now here in Pennsylvania and right in America. Dr. Oz knows that he had a choice for his merchandise, for his part of his show. All of that was manufactured in China. Who do you think is going to stand up on the side of working in America versus those that chose to send all that overseas? So tonight is the bargain for all of you that I have to make all of you. If you send me to Washington, D.C. to be that 51st vote, I will plan to eliminate the filibuster. We must raise our minimum wage. Who can believe to take care of themselves, let alone a family, at $7.25 an hour? I believe, I'm sure you all agree, that all work has dignity. But right now, we don't have all dignity in all paycheck. Dr. Oz has refused to ever commit to raising our minimum wage, but I fall on the side, and the right side, of a living wage. In this house of union, this, to me, is a sacred part of my platform, the union way of life. Passing the PRO Act, we must strengthen the union way of life, and I can't think of many things much more anti-American than to be anti-union. Fair wage. good benefits, especially the health care that saved my life. That should be there for each and every one of you if you ever need it. Also stand to protect Medicare and Social Security. I can't believe the other side would ever consider cutting that or weakening it. But to me, those are pillars of American society, and I will be there to stand and support it and strengthen it at every juncture. We need to also expand health care in our nation. I think it's a basic, fundamental human right. I really found it really useful. I suspect you probably all have in your all lives too. The same things that were available that saved my life should be for every one of us. We need to make sure that we expand that so every American has health care access in this nation. In 2022, I can't believe we're going to be arguing on whoever loves. You know, I'm going to stand for marriage equality as well, too. Love who you love. Even in 2013, I was the only elected official in Pennsylvania that to solemnize a first gay marriage. Tom Corbett threatened to have me arrested if I continued, and I said, well, come send if you want. You know where I live? Some send the gay police for me. And as I just mentioned earlier, given the opportunity to be that vote, codify Roe v. Wade. That choice doesn't belong with Dr. Oz. That choice doesn't belong with me. It belongs with every woman and their doctors. Thank you. So today is one of the most important races in the country, and there's 100 million reasons why you know that's true. That's how much they've spent trying to bring us down and tear us out. But after all that, and those kinds of lies and that kind of amount of money, we're still standing, and we're right here, and I'm so proud to be with you here tonight. I need every one of you to get out the votes so I can get to D.C. so I can fight for every one of you. 12 hours from now, basically. Less than, actually, I can't believe it, less than 12 hours now that you think about it. So, in closing, last favor for you, please send me to Washington, D.C. Send him back to New Jersey. And thank you for coming out on this night after 9 o'clock to rally to support this campaign, because all here support all of you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Thank you.